Do you need a minute? They're having some computer issues. You ready? Okay. Good morning. I am the Code Enforcement Special Magistrate for today's hearing. I want to begin by explaining how this process is going to work. Generally, we hear the building cases on the agenda first, and the city will call the cases as they appear on the agenda. If you've appeared at today's hearing, you will be called before those cases where no one has appeared, but that's only true if you've signed in. So if you haven't signed in, please see one of the officers in the back of the room. Once your case is called, I ask that you come down to the podium on my right-hand side. The city will put on its testimony and evidence first, after which time you'll have the opportunity to ask any questions of any of the city's witnesses or to review any of the evidence that the city has presented, and then you'll have the opportunity to present any testimony or evidence of your own. Once I have all the testimony and evidence, I will make a ruling. I'll enter a written order either today at the hearing or in the next few days, which you'll receive a copy of. If you have any questions as we go through the process, please feel free to ask them. This is not a formal courtroom. The formal rules of evidence do not apply here. Although this is not a formal courtroom, all testimony is given under oath under the penalty of perjury. So if you're going to testify, or you think you may testify, or there's a possibility that you might testify, I'm going to ask if you rise. Raise your right hand and I will swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate under penalty of perjury on the laws of the state of Florida? Yes, sir. Please be seated. The city can call their first case.
Agenda item number 1. Case number is CE 2202-0227. Case address is 210 33rd Street. Is Harold here?
We'll send somebody to see if he's in the...
Okay. You want to go to the next one? Okay.
Want me to go get him?
We'll just jump to the next construction case. Moving to agenda item number 5, case number is CE 21090195. Case address is 1112 State Street.
Good morning. Go ahead.
Morning, sir. It's Frank Giaquinto. I'm the electrical inspector for the city of West Palm Beach. On State Street. The NOV, the notice of violation for this case was September 16th, 2021. The notice of violation was mailed via certified mail on 6/2 and posted on the property at 6/2/2022. The certified mail has come back in transit. I appeared on site for an inspection of the service, of the changing of the panel, and as I was there, I discovered that the entire premises was a full gut remodel without any permits. There's pictures in the file, windows, doors, roof. Obviously the walls are closed. It's a brand new panel, new drywall. So I wrote the violation, and the city is recommending a $50 a day fine.
How long do you want to give them to come into compliance?
They've started the permitting process. I've given several 30-day extensions, 3 or 4, I believe. I just want it fixed. I mean, I think 2 months is sufficient.
Ma'am, can you tell me your name, please?
Sure, my name is Rocio Zamora.
So tell me what's going on.
Okay, I purchased this property back in 2018 because I wanted to fix it and move in the property. We basically pulled the permits prior to the inspection that took place with Mr. Giaquinto. The permits were applied for back in September or July last year. But unfortunately, due to the backlog of the building department, it took a while basically to get them approved. So we did call for an inspection on electrical, and when he came, he noticed that we fixed some of the house. And it's true because given the condition of the house, we had to do some repairs. And honestly, I didn't know it was gonna be forbidden before the permit was approved. But it's a fact that my permit was applied for prior to the inspection that discovered that I made the repairs. Now that I found out that I shouldn't have done the repairs before the approval of the permit, I had to wait like almost 7 months for the building department to approve my master permit, which has been approved as of 2 weeks ago on June 2nd. They approved the permit basically. So at this point, all I'm asking is basically at least 180 days to finish the repairs inside so I could be able to move in my property.
So let me understand this. So she has some permits, but not all the permits she needs?
When I wrote the violation, she had no permits, sir. So per the Florida Building Code 110.3, they've sidestepped all of the required inspections, which would be a rough inspection, any underground inspection, framing inspection. I've also looked at the plan review history, and they've failed plan review several times. It's not due to the fact that the city is backlogged, which we are a bit, but each time they resubmit for plan review, they're not giving what has been called out for the plan review discrepancies.
But the permit was applied for prior to your inspection.
Applied for does not mean you can start work. The only way you can start work is if you get a early start permission from the building official, Mr. Brown.
Okay.
And even the fact that you started work, you still have not done any of the required inspections. So all of the walls are up. No one's got to do a rough inspection for plumbing, mechanical, electrical. So now we present the problem of what are we going to have to do with the property? You're going to have to take down some drywall here and there so we can, verify the work that's been done.
That's the part I didn't know. So at this point, like I said, the additional failing of the actual permit was due to the fact that I was required additional information from my engineer. So it's not the fact that I didn't provided the information. It's just that the reviewer required more detailed information. So I had to go back with my engineer, and he took sometimes 2 weeks to come back to with that information. That's also the reason why it got delayed. And every time I presented my new information, it took the building department almost 45 to 60 days to get back to me.
What does she need to do to come into compliance?
All of the inspections for the permits that she is now applying for, sir.
And how many permits is that?
Building, electrical, plumbing, mechanical.
So she needs to do the inspections for 4 different permits. I'm just trying to understand what's going on.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
They took the property, they did a full gut remodel without any permits. So right now, how the residence is, it's ready for someone to move in per se, but we have no idea the work that was done because we haven't done any rough inspections. So she's completely averted the whole entire process of how you're supposed to do inspections and the work. So now we don't know what's in there, we don't know if it's safe. The only permit that they did get was a permit for a service change, because there's no way for her to get the power utility to turn the power on without our permission. So that is the only permit that they pulled in lieu of the rest of the construction permits.
Actually, we have a master permit that covers plumbing, electrical, and everything right now. It was approved as of June 2nd of last week.
This violation is from last year, 2021.
Yeah, but the approval of the permit is last year, so all I'm asking is 180 days so we can finalize the extra repairs that we need to do so they can do the inspections.
I disagree.
Special Magistrate, may I inquire to
Please.
complete the record? Inspector Jacinto, thank you for your testimony thus far. Do you have record in your file that there is an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the notice of violation also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the notice of violation also posted at City Hall?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was a stop work order issued in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the copy of the stop work order that we had been reviewing on the screen during your testimony?
The red tag, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. It's also called a red tag, is that?
Yes, ma'am. Red
Okay.
tag supplement work.
Okay. And the photos that we saw during your testimony, are those photos a true and accurate representation of your observations on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And in regards to what the respondent just indicated, that has the permit that she's talking about, has that been issued at this time as we speak? And does that make the issue moot at all?
I would have to double check if the permit has been issued, but I would say the issue is not moot because there's nothing that she can do with this property until we get all the required inspections done.
Okay. For any permit that was issued last week, would that be past any deadline that was in the notice of violation, which said you can cure this alleged violation by a certain date, otherwise we have to come to a notice of hearing? In other words, whatever date that was in your notice, did any type of permit that may have been issued last week, would that have been after the notice of violation deadline? Such that there would be potentially at least a finding of fact today?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sure. In your notice of violation, is there a deadline by which the respondent is supposed to bring the violation into compliance?
I believe the last extension given,
Monique,
the last date of inspection was 6/13. And it's not just a matter of them securing the permits, it's also them performing the required inspections.
So
At this point, they have not complied.
okay, so the permit itself, not just that it's approved, but you have to get the inspections in order to bring this alleged violation into compliance. Is that your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, affidavit of posting, photographs, stop work order, or red tag.
Without objection, I'll accept those documents and evidence as City's Composite Exhibit 1. How long would it reasonably take the city?
I'm sorry, Special Magistrate, can we give the respondent, can we pose that
Yeah,
question
sure.
to the respondent to see if
Ma'am,
she
do you have any
objects?
objection to the documents the city would like to put in evidence?
The documents, you're talking about the violation, if I have any,
Can you list them out again?
I'm not quite understanding.
I'm sorry, sir.
Can you
say-
tell her the documents again?
Sure. Ma'am, the city would like to submit as evidence in this hearing the following documents: the notice of violation
Uh-huh.
that brought you here today, the certified mailing documents that show the status of the certified mail, the affidavit of posting that is in the code enforcement file, which shows that how that notice of violation was sent and when it was posted, the stop work order or red tag that was issued, and the photographs that are in the file that this gentleman testified to. Do you have an objection to those documents?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
All right, without objection, I'll accept those into evidence as City's Composite Exhibit 1. Officer, how long would it take the respondent to get the inspections needed to bring this property into compliance?
I believe they could do it in 60 days.
But there's a lot of work to be done in addition to what the work already done on the property. Like, I requested additional permits for work that has not been done. That's why I'm requiring 180 days, so I can have enough time. Maybe I finish in 60 days. My intention is to move in the property. But I think 60 days a little of a short time because I have to do still work in the property to make it livable, basically.
What kind of work do you still have to do?
Plumbing has to be revised, because I bought the property with electrical and plumbing in place, but I was told by the inspector Jacinto that I needed to get a permit and get that reviewed. So I went ahead and applied for everything that I was requested to be inspected, but the reality is that that needs to be fixed too. I don't know, I hired a plumber, he's gonna, check the work, he said that something is not right there, so he's gonna fix it based on the plans that I provided. And I'm also gonna put new windows, I'm gonna have to put the split AC, I mean, stuff that will have to take me some time to get done.
What is the maximum allowed fine per day?
$250.
The city be willing to agree to 180 days with a $250 a day maximum fine after.
Actually, I think in a city this size, is it 500?
Is it 500?
Yeah.
Then
It's 1,000.
You can, 500 is applicable, but if
we'll be happy with 250. We just need the property corrected so we can close this case and move
All right,
on.
ma'am, I think that's reasonable. I'm going to give you the 180 days, but there's going to be a $250 per day fine afterward.
Okay,
All right. In
Great.
case CE 210909195, make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of section 105.1. Give the respondent 180 days to bring the property into compliance or a fine of up to $250 per day may issue. Good luck.
thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 6, case number is CE 22010055. Case address is 5600 North Flagler Drive, Unit 810.
Go ahead, sir.
Morning, Frank Chiquinto again, electrical inspector, City of West Palm Beach. I was on the premises of 5600 North Flagler on December 17, 2021. The maintenance man informed me that there was a unit 810 working without permits. I did not have my city phone on me at the time, so I was unable to take pictures. But the notice of violation was mailed on 6/3/2022 and posted to property on City Hall on 6/3. The certified mail was delivered and returned 6/6/2022. It was a full gut remodel of the unit, and the city's recommending a $50 a day fine after 60 days. At this case, the gentleman here is doing a change of contractor, and they are moving forward with the project. I just believe they need a little bit more time, and they're working on compliance.
Sir, can you tell me your name, please?
Ivan Solbach.
And you're the owner of the property, sir?
No, I'm the new contractor taking over the permit.
I'm sorry, sir, what was your name?
Ivan Solbach.
Thank you.
So the city says that a full gut remodel was done on the property without a permit. Is that your understanding, sir?
Yes, I've seen the property. I was called in early May and met with Mike Peterso, the electrical plans and reviewer. And of course, I've seen the property, and obviously it needs a lot of work. Somebody did a lot of stuff without a permit, and and I got the new plans submitted on May 10th, and we got approval for the permit last week on Thursday.
Do you think 60 days is sufficient time to bring this property into compliance?
That's a little tight, maybe. It's a lot of work still have to do. We have to move the electric panel, and we got to do plumbing remodel and all the sheetrock and all the flooring, all the cabinets. It's a lot of work. I don't know if 60 days will be enough, but maybe 120 days.
I can do 120 days, $50 a day after the fact, sir.
Special Magistrate, can I inquire very
Yeah, I'm
quickly?
sorry. I keep jumping ahead of you.
Mr. Sobel, do you have authority from the owner to be here today and to make decisions on the case on their behalf today?
Yes, yes, I do.
And Inspector, do you recognize Mr. Sobel in your file documents that he is the new contractor? I just need to kind of tighten it up and make sure.
I have nothing on paper, but we had a phone conversation on my city cell last week.
Yeah, last week.
Thursday or Friday?
Thursday or
believe so.
Friday, yeah.
He informed me he's the new contractor.
All right. I just have a couple of questions, if I might. Inspector Jacinto, do you have an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And is there any type of a stop work order or red tag on this file?
There should be in the case. I actually was out of the actual red tags, but I crossed that out on there.
Okay, so what we're looking at on the screen right now is a red tag or stop work order, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that something that had been posted at the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the photos, we saw some photos while you were testifying. Do the photos accurately and truthfully represent your observations of the alleged violations on the property?
They do.
Okay. Special magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, affidavit of posting, photographs, and stop work order.
Sir, do you have any objections to the city entering those documents in evidence?
No, sir.
Without objection, I'll enter in evidence the evidentiary case file. In this case, the city's composite exhibit 1 consisting of the documents stated by the city attorney. All right, in this case, CE 220100055, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of the listed code sections. Specifically, I find the work was performed without a permit, including building, electrical, mechanical, and plumbing. I give the respondent 120 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $50 per day may issue.
Thank you for your time.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Moving back to agenda item number 1, case number is CE 22020227. Case address is 210 33rd Street.
Hi, my name's Harold Moser. They never told me I had this today, so.
I think,
Mr. Moser, you can reschedule.
Mr. Moser, were you sworn in earlier today?
I'm sorry?
I don't think
No,
He wasn't here,
he
so he
has to be
wasn't sworn
sworn in. You have to be
Oh,
sworn.
I'm sorry.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate under penalty of perjury and the laws of the state of Florida?
I do.
Mr. Moser, before you begin, sir. This case will be rescheduled. Thank you.
All right.
Moving to agenda item number 7, case number is CE 21090032. Case address is 7301 South Flagler Drive.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is case at 7301 Flagler. The notice of violation service date was June 7th.
Sir, could you speak into the mic?
Sorry.
No problem.
Notice of violation date was June 7th. The notice of violation was mailed via certified mail on May 27th and posted on the property on the same date. Certified mail was delivered on 6/2. The original stop work order was issued on 9/1/21, and it was for a dock being repaired and extended with required permits, 105.1 for Florida Building Code and inspections 110.3. There was some electrical that was done. I think the electrical has been taken care of. One permit was issued. No inspections were ever called. There was 2 separate permits on this property, one for the extension and one for the additional dock. And the other permit was applied for and has not been issued. I called the contractor several times, finally spoke to them. They said they would be taking, I've tried to give them a chance said it would be taking care of it. They never got back to me. So here we stand with this, and we've given them several extensions to this date.
So just so I understand, and then I'm sure the city attorney has some questions for you.
Okay.
They extended and expanded a dock, and they didn't get the required permits, though they applied for some, but they were not issued.
They applied for some, one was issued, no inspections were called. They applied for another one that has not been issued. And this has
Yeah.
been going on since
Since 9/1,
9/1/21.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Inspector Valdez, with respect to your file, do you see, is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes,
Does that affidavit of posting reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by first-class regular mail?
it does.
And does that affidavit of posting reflect that the notice of violation was also posted at City Hall?
Yes,
And with respect to the photos that we've been reviewing during your testimony, do those photos accurately and truthfully represent your observations of the alleged violations on the property?
very accurately.
Can you describe for what's still the alleged violations outstanding? Can you just describe briefly
The,
what your observation is that
The-
you believe there's an alleged violation there?
well, the only violation here now is to get that other permit issued and get the inspections done. That's
Okay,
it.
And that's the building permit, is
That
that
is the
correct?
building.
So what is it, can you just describe, just in a few sentences, what you're seeing that makes you believe this is a violation?
When I originally,
Well, in other words, you're seeing that
well, you
there's
can see
actual
that they
construction,
took
you're
off the old,
seeing,
they took off the old materials and completely rebuilt the dock. So, I mean, that, there is required permits for that type of work with the city.
thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, affidavit of posting, stop work order, and photographs.
Is anyone here on behalf of the respondent? Without objection, I'll accept in evidence those documents, the city's composite exhibit 1. So what remedy is the city seeking here?
Well, I mean, I'd want to be fair, I want to give them another 60 days, and, because I don't think it takes much to get that permit approved. I think they're just missing a couple of small things, 60 days and then $50 a day after that.
And it's your belief that 60 days is sufficient time for them to bring this into compliance?
Yes, I do.
All right, in case CE 210900032, I make the following findings of fact and life. I notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 105.1 and 110.3. Make further findings that violation constitutes work, repair, and extension of a dock without proper permitting and inspections. I give the respondent 60 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of up to $50 per day may issue.
Agenda item number 8, case number is CE 211100016. Case address is 233 Winona Place.
Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joe Valdez, Building Inspector with the city. This one, let me get it right here, is on 233 Winona Place, case number CE 211100016. The notice of violation date 10/29/21. Notice of violation was mailed via certified mail on May 27th and posted at City Hall on May 27th. Certified mail was delivered on June 1st. This was a violation for Florida Building Code 105.1, doing work without permits, and 110.3, no required inspections. I went to the property and issued a stop work order on the date of 10/29/21 for work being done without permits. And there was extensive renovation going on, windows, doors, electric, plumbing, and just a lot of demolition. And we gave several extensions of 30 days, one on 12/7/21, and then another one on 1/11/22. And they have since applied for permits. They've been going back and forth with the city, needing additional paperwork, and they're on their fourth extension now, but they have not complied yet.
What is outstanding, sir?
Excuse me?
What is outstanding at this point?
Well, to get the permit approved and get the inspections and done and completed.
Inspector Valdez, can I ask a few questions
Yes,
to
ma'am.
complete the record? Do you have an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
I do.
Does that affidavit of posting reflect that the notice of violation was also sent via regular first-class mail?
Yes, it does.
And does that affidavit of posting reflect that the notice of violation was posted at the property?
Yes, it does.
And I believe you testified that there was a stop work order or red tag that was posted. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And we've been reviewing photographs during your testimony. Do those photographs accurately and truthfully represent your observations of the alleged violations on the property?
Yes, they do.
With respect to the permits that have been applied for, is it your testimony that they've applied for all necessary permits at this point, or are there still permits that need to be applied for based on the alleged violations you're seeing?
They have applied for all the required permits, which is electrical, plumbing, mechanical, and building. So they have applied for all of them, but there's several issues that they have to resolve.
So with respect to electrical, what briefly were your observations on the property that led you to believe that there had been electrical work that it was being done?
Well, when I arrived there, they were unloading some drywall, and they had an open door. I didn't go in, but I could see that there was extensive electrical work that was being done.
And what is it about the electrical work? Were you seeing,
Wiring,
Wires,
new
you were
wiring,
seeing-
new outlets being installed.
okay, and with respect to plumbing, same question.
Plumbing, I just saw some bathtubs and toilets, you know, in the apartments. And
So were those waiting to be installed, or,
I believe so.
okay, were they in any particular, other than just sitting there, were they in any particular
No.
state of being
No,
installed?
They were just probably
Okay.
delivered and sitting there.
Is it your testimony that when somebody has these new plumbing appliances, or whatever you want to call them, when they're on site
Well, it
like
wouldn't be an
that they're
appliance. but-
getting ready to be installed?
Yes.
Okay, and at the time, there was no plumbing permit on file,
No.
is that accurate?
No permits at all.
Okay, and then mechanical, same question?
That I could not tell, but I'm figuring that they would need mechanical.
Okay, in what way would they need mechanical with respect to
Well,
what we're
air
seeing?
conditioning they would need for every room, I would say, unless they would be putting in window units, but they have applied for a mechanical permit, so that must mean that they
Okay,
are doing air conditioning work.
and were you seeing air conditioner appliances?
I didn't physically see it, no.
Okay, was there anything else about air conditioning or mechanical that you observed on the property?
No.
And what about for
As
the
you can see, there
building?
was some window units and stuff that were taken out.
Okay,
Don't know if they were gonna be put back in, or they were gonna do different type of mechanical work, which would be a compressor and condenser stuff.
So-
I don't know that for a fact.
if an air conditioner such as the one we're seeing on the
They
screen.
would not need a permit for that.
Okay. And with respect to a building permit, because that's a separate permit, what is it about what you observed that led you to believe that
They
you
would need a
to-
building permit. They had new windows, new doors. They were delivering drywall, so at the time when I arrived, so I figured that they were doing interior demo of the walls, and then they were gonna install new drywall on the walls, which would have a required inspection for that too.
So we're seeing photos of a window right there.
Yes.
Is that something you observed?
Yes.
And is that something, what is it about that window, for instance, that led you to believe that that might be something that's new or requires a permit?
Well, the windows were new. I could tell. The doors were brand new. You could tell that there was some work done around where they put new metal lath and wood around there, which would have to be inspected also.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, affidavit of posting, stop work order, and photographs.
Sir, can you tell me your name, please?
My name is Peter Bash. My company is PM Development Corp. I'm a state certified general contractor hired by the owner. We've applied for a permit on,
Excuse me, can I just jump in here? Sir, I'm so
Sure.
sorry. Do you have authorization today to be here on behalf of the owner
yes,
and to make decisions in this hearing
Yes.
that will bind the owner?
yes,
Thank you. And sir, were you sworn in already?
yes,
Thank you.
Mr. Bash, do you have any objections to the documents the city would like to submit in evidence?
no,
All right, without objection, I'll accept in evidence the city's evidentiary case file, city's composite exhibit 1. So tell me what's going on?
Okay, so on February 22nd, I tried to contact Joe Valdez. Is that you?
That is me.
Okay, so you don't have voicemails that are not full. It took 5 calls to get to this guy.
No, that's not
But
true.
that's beside the point, because I had to go to the head building official, which then he got this man to call me back, okay? But we've applied for a permit on all of them on the 22nd. I brought, if you want to see it, how long it takes to get through this city. I don't know about 4 extensions, but we're on our 4th plan review now for every discipline for this building. The owner has decided to renovate the entire building. It's a 16-unit apartment building. So the owner is asking, because he doesn't know how much longer it's going to be for the permit, because this says obtain required permits and inspections for building, electrical, plumbing, and so on. Well, once the permits are issued, which could be another month or 2 or 3, I don't know. I don't work here. It's going to take at least 10 months to gut this building and renovate it. So
So what are you asking me for, sir?
I'm sorry?
I said, what are you asking me for?
I can't tell you when the permit's going to be issued because I don't work in that department. So I can't, once the permit's issued, it's going to take 10 months to renovate this building. It's 16 units. He's going to gut the whole building, and he's got new electrical, new plumbing, new HVAC, because he's replacing the window units with HVAC, mini splits, and all new impact windows. So whatever he did prior to me is coming out. So we're starting from scratch. So I guess we're looking at a year before this building's done, based on the history, because I can only go on the history of the building department here I brought this, if you want to see this, okay? From when it was submitted to how long it takes to go through every department here until it's sent back to the architect for corrections.
How long did it take?
February 22nd, today's June 17th, 16th, 15th. And nobody's been sitting on their butt on the owner's side, so I don't know what to tell you. And the fees were paid already.
So you've
On the
submitted...
22nd of February.
Just so I can understand, otherwise we could be here all day.
I'm sorry?
Just so I can understand, otherwise we'll be here all day. You've submitted all of the requests for the permits that need to be submitted.
Correct.
Okay, is that your understanding as well, sir?
Yes, but there is notes that they do not have everything that's needed. There's questions on several things.
How long does the city believe that it will take to issue these permits?
I cannot give you an exact figure on that. That is another department, that is the plan review department.
Is it the city's belief that the respondent is taking all the necessary steps to bring this property into
I
compliance?
believe that he has taken the steps. I do believe, because I've been looking at all this, submittals and stuff, so I'm not denying that. I'm not here to make his life miserable or anything like that.
See, it puts me in a little bit of a quandary, right? Because my job is to give them a reasonable time to come into compliance, and from either of you, I'm
Well-
not getting a sense of what that might be.
Now that they're planning to do a full, renovation of the building, I know that takes a long time. But I would have to confer with my building official to see what he wants to do about that, because I can't give you a definite answer.
Would it make
s-
sense to give them a certain amount of time and maybe just reset this? Because it seems like I don't know what to do with this here.
Can I jump in just real quickly?
Sure.
Special Magistrate, just to address the contractor here this morning. Look, if it takes several times to go through plan review, that's because the city needs to do its due diligence. And if it takes several steps for the architect and anybody else that has to submit stuff on this, that's what it takes, okay? So what we have here is a property owner who has shown this propensity to start work without doing the proper procedure. And lack of a proper procedure can present health, safety, and welfare issues, and that's the whole process, and that's the whole reason that we have this in place. So, yes, it's a 16-unit building, as the gentleman has testified to. That might take a while. I mean, I think it could be reasonable to give 6 or 8 months, but to give perhaps something like a $250 a day or more fine. If this isn't done, they can always, if they don't meet those deadlines, they can always come back in lien reduction. But there has to be, appropriate and reasonable motivation for them to not only get it done, but to get it done in the proper timing of, don't do the work first, don't put the cart before the horse.
May I speak?
Sure.
With all due respect, ma'am, we have a material shortage in the United States. I can't tell you when certain materials can come to the building. It's going to take 10 months to a year to renovate this building. So to limit it to 6 or 8 months is totally unreasonable,
Special Magistrate,
without regard to the approval process.
Special Magistrate, the city can agree to 10 months.
Okay.
Can we have a 6-month status hearing, maybe?
That sounds reasonable, too.
I can't hear it. What did he say?
All right, so what the city is proposing is to give you the 10 months and then have a status hearing at 6 months to make sure that you're making progress.
No problem.
Fair enough. All right, in case CE 211100016, I make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, I find the property in violation of the listed code sections. Respondent has 10 months to bring the property into compliance, or a fine of up to $250 per day may issue, set for status hearing 6 months for the date of whatever the code enforcement magistrate hearing is 6 months from now. Nah, you can just put it in the order when you find it.
Agenda item number 15, case number is CE 22040231. Case address is 2032 North Dixie Highway.
Good morning. Attilio Belisle, Inspector for the City of West Palm Beach. Property was initially cited on 4/12 of '22 for all trades gas interior renovations for the mechanical, electrical, building, and plumbing of an apartment building. The notice of violation was mailed on 5/20. The property was posted on site and at City Hall. The property owner has not reached out to me, but several contractors have in regards to trying to gain compliance with this property. The contractor expressed that he's submitted application for permit for 22041189 for a commercial remodel. Was applied for on 4/22 of '22. However, they just submitted an application. They never paid for the permit or the fees or uploaded any plans. They just simply filled out an application and submitted it to our department. So we cannot perform any plan review or move forward in any issuing a permit without having the fees paid or any of the plans uploaded to the system.
So they applied, but they haven't paid or put the plans in.
Yes. Currently, the property has tenants living in the structure. The property owner expressed to me that these tenants that are living in the structure are vagrants. They're illegally living in the structure, and he cannot get them out of the structure while he's doing the construction. The property needs to obtain all permits in 60 days and inspections. After that, $250 a day fine.
How many days did you say?
60.
Is there anyone here on behalf of the respondent?
Inspector Belisle, just to go back over the record, I apologize. Do you have an executed affidavit of posting that's in your file?
Yes, I do.
Was the notice of violation sent via certified mail,
Yes,
sent via regular first-class mail?
yes,
And was a stop work order issued,
yes,
and was it posted?
yes,
And we've been reviewing photographs during your testimony. Do those photographs accurately and truthfully represent your observations of the alleged violations on the property?
yes.
Could you just discuss very briefly what you were seeing on the property that leads you to believe that all trades need to be applied for a permit?
In this photograph, this is the hallway that divides the apartments. The units to the right in this photograph are the ones that are occupied. The units on the left are unoccupied and they're under construction. The electrical is being altered in this photograph, showing where they're, running all new electric lines. The units, if you scroll to the next photo, there should be some photographs of the units where the alterations were made for the electrical. This is in the hallway, showing that they're, having access to go through the roof. This is the work that was already performed. They've already drywalled and sealed up the walls for the electrical and the plumbing and in the apartment. This is in the kitchen. This is new plumbing, new electrical, new ventilation, exhaust fans. This is the new plumbing through the second floor for a shower and a bathroom. The floor has been concealed. Here's the rest of the bathroom with the lavatory and the water closet. This photograph is a window that has been removed and they're replacing the windows. This is a photograph of the electrical in the hallway. As you can see, with there not being a permanent source of electrical and water during construction, these people cannot live in this structure not having, the proper utilities. The gas in that picture, that's gas. In the last photograph that has been altered, there's gas line there. The gas has been altered without any test permits, and it is live. And they're removing any safety devices for the gas system. They've bypassed them, so there's no shutoffs in the units. So if there was an issue, there was no way to shut the gas off.
Inspector Belisle, how do you know that the gas is live?
They have removed, if you scroll down through the photos, you'll see where they've removed the ball valves in the units and bypassed them.
The what?
They've removed the ball valves inside the units and bypassed them.
Thank you.
This is inside of one of the units. There's the new electrical, the plumbing. And currently this structure had a couple fires, and some of the work was concealed from the fire damage, so there could be some structural issues as well.
Inspector Belisle, do you have an opinion as to whether the application for the commercial remodel permit encompasses all trades, or would they need additional permits?
They would need additional subcontractors permits for all the subcontractors that are performing the work for the electrical, mechanical, and plumbing and gas.
Thank you. Do we need to scroll through additional pictures, or have you testified
Yes, I'd like to
regarding-
see if we can find the gas photographs, if you can. And just keep going. Keep going. That one didn't come out so well. That's in the living room. That's the electrical panel. There's the gas. See, if you can zoom, is there a way that you can zoom in on this gas line? And then scroll down. So each apartment had individual shutoffs for the gas in individual apartments. They have now altered it by bypassing it where that coupling is, and extended the new gas line down without having any shutoff for the unit. So if there was an issue in that unit, there's no way to turn off the gas without physically jumping out of the window to shut the gas off out of the at the gas meter and shut the whole building down, or somebody runs downstairs to shut the gas off. This is a life safety issue, and people are living in this building.
Are you seeking an abatement here?
No.
How concerned should I be about this?
The contractor reached out to me, and he's making every attempt possible with the police to get these individuals removed from the property. But the building department has no control over anybody habitating inside of this building. We just are required to make them get the required permits. They have reached out to code enforcement to get this resolved.
Well, I presume we want these all in evidence, right?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Inspector Belial had any more testimony.
No, that's it.
Very good. Thank you, Special Magistrate. The city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, affidavit of posting, stop work order or red tag, as well as photographs.
All right, without objection, I'll accept in evidence the documents listed by the city attorney as city's composite exhibit 1. So if I remember correctly, you would like me to give them 60 days to come into compliance or a fine of up to $250 per day?
Yes.
The only question, I mean, that seems reasonable based on what you've testified to. The only question I really have is are you concerned at all that that's too long a time frame because of the concerns you expressed to me about the gas issue?
The current contractor appears to be moving forward with doing the right thing by applying for the permit. However, he hasn't paid for the fees or submitted any information to our department. I don't know if there could be an issue where, you know, he's not able to upload the plans because everything is digital. I don't know what that situation may lie, but 60 days should be sufficient amount of time for them to upload the plans, get the review completed in order to get the permit for the work that's being performed.
But you don't think that there needs to be any immediate action because of a safety concern here?
If we can address the life safety factor, I would like to, because the electrical being altered and the gas being altered is an issue.
You know, I guess that's the question, right? I mean, what can the city do in this case? I can't do anything for you. I can just give you the authority to do it. I mean, if there's something that you think needs to be done, you have to ask me.
I would like to request for 30 days to have the building vacated. After that, we would need to see if we can get the owner to obtain the permits. Nobody can habitate inside this home.
I can't evict. That's one thing I can't do. That's a different process and a different court. I can, I mean, like in sort of a hypothetical, right? If there were a beehive in there that was dangerous, I could authorize the city to go in there and remove the beehive, right? But, I mean, this is a complicated repair. I don't know if the city's in a position to abate this in any particular way. I mean, I guess one thing I can do is I can order them to address the electrical and the gas quicker than the other things, but is that all part of the same permit?
Yes.
So I don't know if that really solves the problem either. I don't know. I'm open to ideas.
Could we have a minute?
Yeah.
Magistrate,
Go ahead.
city is requesting that the property be posted for an unsafe structure within 24 hours. For the electrical and gas abatement needs to be processed within, what was it, 24 hours?
Yeah, you can post within 24 hours, and whatever you believe is appropriate, then, once it's posted for the unsafe structure, it's, then we can do an abatement of board and secure, but also in terms of an abatement of if the electrical and gas is not taken care of within a certain amount of time, which you can tell me whether it's 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours, then abatement in that respect as well, that we would call FPU or FPL.
And have the utilities for the electrical and the gas turned off.
All right, rather than get into sort of the details on that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do it this way. In case CE 220402231, I'll make a finding of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of the listed code sections. I make further finding that the condition of the property related to the electrical and gas constitutes a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the city of West Palm Beach. Hereby order the city to post within 24 hours unsafe building and to take whatever steps are necessary to bring the building to a safe condition. I hereby authorize the city to enter and abate after, how long do you want to give them? A week?
Yes.
All right. We give them 7 days to abate the unsafe condition, to address the unsafe conditions, or authorize the city to enter and abate. I hereby assess the cost of said abatement against the property and property owner. As to the permit issues, I give the respondent 60 days to come to compliance with the permit issues or a fine of $250 per day.
Thank you.
Did you get all that?
Agenda item number 16, case number is CE 22040237. Case address is 617 Macy's Street.
Good morning, Atilio Bilal, Inspector for the City of West Palm Beach. Property was initially cited on 4/9 of 22. A red tag was issued on site. The property received certified mail and regular mail and proper posting at City Hall. The property was cited for windows and doors, roofing and shutters, alterations performed without permits or inspections. The original stop work order was issued on 10/19 of 15 for windows and doors for code case CE 151000570. However, that code case was closed and complied because permit number 17010689 was applied for. However, they never received any inspections and the permit went into expired status. That was for the windows and doors. However, the contractor never obtained the required permits or inspections for that permit. A roofing permit of 15010564 never received any inspections. Another roofing permit of 17010794 was applied for but never paid the fees or obtained their permit or inspections, and then the permit went into expired status. A shutter permit of 17010861 failed plan reviews and no permit fees have been paid, so that permit went into expired status. The city's requesting the owner to obtain all permits for the roofing, windows and doors, shutters, and the required inspections within 60 days. After that, $50 a day.
Inspector Belisle, just to complete the record, does your file reflect an executed affidavit of posting?
Yes, it does.
And does that affidavit also reflect and was the property posted?
Yes.
And you testified with regard to your observations, or excuse me, strike that. The photographs that we've been reviewing, do those accurately and truthfully represent your observations of the alleged violations on the property?
Yes.
Could you just briefly describe what you saw or observed at the property that led you to believe that this work was in process or had been done without permits?
The windows and doors have been replaced in the home. The shutters, it would appear that they have been now since stowed away on the property. The tenant that's on the property, I spoke with the tenant, and there was a language barrier between us two, and I've reached out and talked to the contractor to get this resolved. There's a picture of the windows, the doors, the roofing. However, no permits have been applied for or obtained to gain compliance.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, affidavit of posting, stop work order or red tag, and photographs.
Is anyone here on behalf of the respondent? Without objection, I'll accept those documents and evidence as city's composite exhibit 1. I'm sorry, the remedy you wanted how many days and how much?
The city's requesting 60 days, and after that, $50 a day.
Do you believe that's a reasonable time to bring this into compliance?
Yes, they have permits applied for. They just need to get through the paying the fees on the one, and the other, they need to get through plan review. So they have applied. They just need to address the comments and pay the fees.
All right, in case CE 220402237, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of listed code sections. Respondent has 60 days to come into compliance or fine of $50 per day may issue.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 29, case number is CE 22050066. Case address is 1011 Green Pine Boulevard, Unit C3.
Go ahead, Officer McFarland.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On May 7th, this did come in as a complaint from Palm Club HOA. The property at 1011 Green Pine Boulevard, Unit C3, was cited for rental license violation and certificate of use. The property has been posted as well as City Hall on May 25th. Affidavit of posting is attached in the case notes. Certified mail and regular mail was sent May 11th. Certified mail was received May 14th. I have been in contact with the property owner as well as a representative. The property owner attempted to make application with the City of West Palm, but there are some missing information to process that said application. I did verbalize with the owner as well as the representative of different options to get the application approved and inspections completed and fees paid. With that being said, city's recommending 30 days to bring the property into compliance, or $200 a day until compliance is achieved.
Officer McFarland, just to complete the record, with respect to your testimony, we've been reviewing a couple of photographs. Do those photographs truthfully and accurately represent this particular address and unit that we're talking about today?
Correct.
And those photographs show that there was the notice of violation posted at the property. Is that truthful and accurate representation of what occurred?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, affidavit of posting, and photographs.
Sir, can you tell me your name, please?
Abel Herrera.
I'm sorry, one more time?
Abel Herrera. I am attorney Abel Herrera. I am here on behalf of my client, Mr. Samuel Moreno.
Mr. Aveda, do you have any objection to the documents the city would like to put into evidence?
No objection.
Without objection, I'll enter evidence of those documents as city's composite exhibit 1. Mr. Aveda, tell me what's going on.
My client right now, he is in Colombia. He's out of the country, and the person who was handling the property for him also left the country. So they were never able to get notice until just recently. Mr. McCartney, Mr. McFlarney. Paul, can I just call you Paul?
Fine, you can call me Paul.
Paul. I'm butchering your name, sorry about that. Mr. Paul and I spoke. He also spoke with the owner just maybe a couple days to a week ago.
Correct.
And my client is trying to bring this unit up to code with the temporary inspection and temporary certificate of use. However, he has to go through some documentation, right? He needs to change over his property to an LLC, which he just recently did. And it's just a burden for him to do all this stuff when he's out of the country. So why I am here is because we are gonna humbly request that we get an extension for 60 days so he could complete the process and bring this unit up to code so he's able to rent it.
How does the city feel about that?
I have no objection, because they do need to get some things done to get this application pushed so it can get done.
Sold?
The only issue is that the unit is currently occupied per HOA. So we need to get this remedied as quickly as possible.
All right, sir, I'll give you the 60 days, but I'll ask if you're able to expedite it quicker than that. I'd ask that you do so.
Sure will. I will relate the message to my client and let him know. Thank you.
All right, in case CE 22050066, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient upon the property violation of the listed code sections. I give the respondent 60 days to bring the property into compliance, or a fine of up to $200 per day may issue.
Thank you, everyone.
Agenda item number 35, case number is CE 21120079. Case address is 906 4th Street.
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead, Officer Lester.
Good morning, Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property case was started on December 7th, 2021. Cert mail was returned to us on 4/2022. This property has been cited numerous times and posted numerous times. The last posting for this property was 5/13/2022. Reason being, as the case progressed, I had to add different violations to the case, so I had to rewrite it, resend it, repost it. And I've gotten complaints from several of the tenants that live on site. It started with a tenant complaint in the downstairs unit. It's a 2-story building and a single unit on the rear. On the Palm Beach County records, there's only 3 parcels on the property that's for habitation. It's one shed out on the property that he also has a tenant occupying this shed. So I've heard from.
So there's authorization for 3 units, and there's a 4th unit on
Yes,
the
sir.
property. Okay.
Yes, sir. And so as the case progressed, I've heard from the initial complainant, which is the downstairs tenant. I've heard from the person that resides in the shed, and also heard from the person that resided in the single dwelling on the rear. So the property was posted and violated for work without permits, required inspections of all permits, safe egress, providing screens for all windows, repair dwelling roof. The roof needs to be totally replaced. Repair walls, ceilings, repair holes in walls and ceilings, repair exterior walls, external walls, plumbing issues, clean and sanitary, drainage for bathtubs and upstairs bathtubs, extermination for pets, rats, health concern regards the unsafe conditions for the rats, electrical problems, lighting standards, kitchen sinks missing, junk in inoperable vehicle, garbage, debris, and overgrowth, cleaning up 1/2 of easement, fence repair, landscape maintenance, sodding of the property, and paving and marking the parking spaces. The only violation that has come into compliance is the removal of the junk vehicle. That has been removed. The owner did apply for the roof permit. He applied for it on February 17th. That's the only thing he's done. He applied for it. No other further action has been taken. The plan review hasn't been picked up. The fees have not been paid for the permit. And the owner is in the posture of, I'm not allowed back on his property. And I had to explain to him yesterday when I was taking the pictures for today that as long as I get a request from a tenant, I will enter the property. So I'm asking for 30 days for this property to come into full compliance. I'm also asking for the shed to be rendered as not for habitation. It's not supposed to be lived in. He has plumbing to it, he has electrical to it, and there's a person actually residing in it. And that person is here today to explain exactly how all that happened. And the person that initially made the complaint, she's also here, the tenant. And I'm asking, we got emails between the tenant and the property owner. The pictures are just horrendous. And I'm also want to put on record, and I'm going to ask the building department, building official I have to go through to get that property looked at by the building inspectors for its plumbing, electrical, and the building itself. And I'm asking for $500 a day after the 30th day.
Sounds like this property is a full-time job.
Yes, it is. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Inspector. Just to clarify the record and complete the record, is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that affidavit accurately reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by certified and regular mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And that the notice of violation was posted at the property in City Hall?
Yes, ma'am.
And you talked about the observations that you made on the property and with the complaints that you received. Did the photographs that we've been reviewing during your testimony accurately and truthfully reflect your observations of the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Or the status of the property, excuse
Yes,
me.
ma'am. And just to give you a better perspective on the property, it's a two-story unit. The tenant that made the initial complaint lives in the downstairs unit. The upstairs unit was being used as a rooming house. It has 3 bedrooms in it, because I've been in this building before, years ago. And he was actually renting each room. And the plumbing in that unit has caused the downstairs unit to have a lot of issues. And I'm talking sewer and plumbing, regular plumbing, just intake water. And the roof on that particular building, you can see from the photographs, is just gone.
So the house, not the shed, the
Correct.
house,
Mm-hmm.
the owner lives on the bottom floor?
No.
No.
The complainant tenant lives on the bottom floor.
So a tenant lives on the bottom floor?
Yes, sir.
And so who's renting, is the owner renting the 3 or is the tenant renting the?
He's renting all 4 of them. He was renting.
Oh, so the
all-
owner is renting the bottom floor and the 3
Top
bedrooms
floor.
above
Yes.
and the shed?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Are there rental licenses for these?
No rental license. I failed the property for not being able to be occupied, and I have his license on hold. And his license.
You didn't cite for failure to obtain a rental license?
Yes. He's already been cited for that. So his
Okay.
license is on hold. He had a license, it was in delinquent.
All right, well, let's not focus on that since
Okay.
that's not part of this case.
All right, go ahead.
All right.
Special Magistrate, can I
Yeah, please go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
The city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, affidavit of posting, photographs, as well as the written communications between the officer and the tenants, whether they be email or texts.
Just can I put it in something else on the record? The tenants are here, and they would like to go on record themselves. Is that okay?
All right, hold on. Let me address the motion that the city's asked me for first.
Okay. All right.
Sir, can you tell me your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Timothy Haddon. I reside at 906 4th Street, and he called it Unit B. My landlord is calling it a studio, but I found out it's a shed.
You're one of the tenants at the property, sir?
Well, I'm living in the place that he don't have a rental license for the shed.
So you're living in the shed?
Yes.
Okay.
And sir,
Is the owner here?
sir, I'm sorry,
I
everybody.
just want to make sure, because the owner or a representative of the owner here?
No, sir.
Okay, just for the record, I'll accept into evidence the evidentiary case file in this case of the documents stated by the city attorney as city's composite exhibit 1.
Thank
Okay,
you.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sir, how do you spell your last name?
Hatten.
Hatten. Thank you so much. Were you sworn in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, and you're living in the shed on this particular property?
Yes, actually, my landlord called it a studio when I first moved in back in December.
He called it a studio.
Yes.
Excellent. All right, so tell me what you want me to know, sir.
Well, actually, when he rented me the place, I didn't know that he didn't have a rental license, so I actually been fraud and deceased by his owner. And I'm trying to get my money back. I know I can't get it here, but I'm gonna have to take him to court to sue him for what he did to me. As far as got me in that place, there's no ventilation, all the windows are boarded up. I just needed a place at the time because I didn't have a place to stay. So getting off the street and moving in there was good for me.
Is there anything else the city wants me to know?
Not on my behalf, just other than listening to the tenants.
Thank you, sir, and I appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Ma'am, can you tell me your name and address, please?
Sherelle Riggins. My address is 906 4th Street, Apartment A.
Can you spell your name for us, please?
First name Shirelle. Last name Riggins, Riggins.
In which unit do you live in, ma'am?
A.
bottom
Downstairs, the
floor is-
downstairs unit.
That's the bigger unit.
Yes.
Okay, tell me what you'd like me to know, ma'am.
I initially made the complaint because I was trying to work with my landlord. My ceiling had fell in from the top floor, which I found out was their bathroom, and it was actually in the kitchen. And so I I called my landlord that same day.
Excuse me, Special Magistrate, we don't believe that she was sworn in
Oh, no, I
before
wasn't.
you
Sorry.
do that.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Ma'am, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate under penalty of perjury on the laws of the state of Florida?
Yes.
All right, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I feel like I was forced to call code enforcement because I had to live there for 2 months, just about, with the ceiling exposed, with huge rats like the size of cats in the house. And my kids and I was forced to live in one room. And he sent like different people there. I think the problem is that they're patching it up. And even to this day, he did do something with the power because he threw everyone from upstairs out last month. So I guess it was too many people on the power box. We have one power box for the entire building. So the power constantly jumps off and jumps on. So I would have to flick the blocks or let someone into my house to actually flick the blocks so that we all could have power in the house. But as far as him fixing the property, he hasn't really came in and fixed anything. The ceiling is starting to come back down. I can see urine stains in the ceiling in the kitchen again, where it's gonna fall in again, because he came in himself and actually stood on my kitchen chair and fixed the ceiling. And in the ceiling, I've seen up there, there's like a lot of rat feces and stuff up there that he never cleaned out. Our tub, I have like aluminum foil and tape just so that we won't see the inside of the wall while we're bathing. And like under the kitchen, the only sink that works in our house is the kitchen sink. So we use that for everything, even to brush our teeth unless we go in the bathroom, because none of the sink, we have 2 bathrooms, only the toilet works in one. The other bathroom is just there. Nothing works. And it constantly overflows to the point where it floods into the dining room. So there's a lot of problems with the house. We have huge cockroaches from outside, lizards, just anything that's outside is basically inside the house at any given time. So I try to board it off as much as I could. He did tell us that he was not renewing our lease next month. So my lease would be up next month, so I guess we're all gonna go. But I just don't feel like it's fair to the next person that may move in.
I appreciate you coming in and telling me this.
Okay.
Thank you. Officer Lester, you said you're gonna get the building department out there to check out this building?
Yes, sir. Since I have the officials of this, I'm gonna request that they go out with permission from the tenants and do the inspection of this property.
The remedy you were seeking here?
I'm seeking 30 days of $500 per day.
Does the city need anything further before I roll?
I don't think so. I think that she's
Okay.
articulated.
And you've had no contact with this owner?
Oh, I spoke to this owner several times. Yesterday, the time that I posted it initially, and the response is, stay off my property. That's his response to me. Stay off my property.
Well, that's generally not how cities work.
I understand. I had to explain that to him yesterday, that that's not how it works.
All right, in case CE 211-20079, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of the listed code sections with the exception of 34102A. I include by reference the testimony of the respondent on the condition of the property. I hereby order the respondent to come into compliance within 30 days or a fine of up to $500 per day may issue.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 12, case number is CE 22050138, 1224 Longwood Street.
Go ahead, Officer Williams.
Okay. Michael Williams, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach. Property 1224 Longwood Street was initially cited on 5/12/22. Certified mail was sent on 5/13/22. The certified mail receipt was returned unsigned. The property as well as City Hall was posted on 5/16/22. Property was cited for 94-482-A parking requirements, more specifically, parking of vehicles onto unapproved surfaces. As of last evening, the property remains in violation. And so I had spoken with the property owner on multiple occasions with regard to vehicles being parked on unapproved surfaces. And so, last evening, once again, she was here, Mrs. Webb. She was here. She made application to start the process in terms of seeing what she could get approved in terms of parking, which may entail a host of things. So it does have to go through, planning and zoning and so forth, and, depending on what she's trying to get approved, that's a whole process within itself. But what the city is seeking is a finding of violation. We're not seeking a fine at this time. The city is seeking a finding of violation. In addition to that, all of the vehicles that are parked on unapproved surfaces be removed within 30 days or a fine of $150 per day be imposed.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you there.
Okay.
You wanted me to make a finding of violation?
A
and then what?
finding of violation, and also give 30 days to remove all of the vehicles that are currently parked on unapproved surfaces, or a fine of $150 per day be imposed. As of last evening, I counted at least 10 vehicles on the property, and probably 7 of those are parked on unapproved surfaces.
Officer Williams, just to complete the record, is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, there is.
Does that affidavit accurately and consistently reflect that the notice of violation was sent also by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
And we've been reviewing photographs during your testimony. Do those photographs truthfully and accurately represent your observations of the alleged violations
Yes,
on the
they do.
property?
Yes, they do.
Do you know if this is a single-family home or a multi-unit home?
I believe it's a single-family home.
Thank you. And do the photographs represent, or what we're seeing, show multiple different vehicles on multiple different days parking on unapproved surfaces?
Yes, they do. And all
Thank-
those photographs were taken by me.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, affidavit of posting, and photographs.
Ma'am, can you tell me your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Tracy Webb, and I'm the property owner at 1224 Longwood Street in West Palm Beach, Florida.
The city would like to submit the documents that the city attorney mentioned in evidence. Do you have any objection?
No, I do not.
Without objection, I'll accept in evidence the documents listed by the city attorney, City's Composite Exhibit 1. So tell me what's going on here.
Okay.
The city says you
yeah.
got a lot of cars parked on your property.
Well, I'm actually on a double lot, so I have two lots. And the situation is that back in 2017, I got a code violation for some of the vehicles that were parked on the grass. And I spoke with the code enforcer at that time, and I asked him what was the approved parking, the approved surfaces that I could use in order to park my cars on. And he told me that I would have to put pavers down. So I said, okay. So I got there were already some pavers there that the cars were parked on. So I went and got additional pavers and put them down. I called him back out, and he said, okay, this is fine. So he pretty much threw that violation out back in 2017. So then I got another violation just, about a month ago for the same thing. And when I spoke with the code enforcer, I had told him that, that I had gone through this before, and I was told that it is okay to park on the pavers as long as it's a hard surface. You just can't park on the grass. Because back in 2017, I did have one or two vehicles on the grass. And I did comply, and I put the pavers down. But then he told me that the pavers are no longer an approved surface, which is, I don't know how that works, but like I said, I was violated for parking on the grass. I was told to put down pavers back in 2017. I put down pavers, and now I'm being violated again for parking on the pavers that I was asked to put down to park the cars on. So what I did to be in compliance is I came down and I applied for a permit to get the pavers approved for me to park on. I don't know this process. I'm just doing what I'm asked to do. And I was told that I have to get a permit to be allowed to park on the pavers. So I came down and I paid for the permit, and I paid the permit fees. And so I don't know. I'm just at a loss. I don't know. It's just really confusing for me.
Can I just verify you were sworn in, correct? Yeah. Very good.
Officer Williams, is it the parking on the grass or the parking on the pavers that drew your citation?
Well, parking on pavers or grass, it's not permitted. Now, Mrs. Webb did indicate to me on a prior occasion, she was cited by a previous code officer with regard to the same violations. I'm not privy to whatever conversation occurred. But on May 17th, I sent an email to my manager, Mark Joyce, with regard to this situation. And the reason I did that was because Mrs. Webb did indicate to me that she had spoken with a code officer prior, and per her statement, she was told that all she had to do was just put down some pavers, and that would suffice for the code. That's not at all true. That would not suffice for the code. But what I did was I sent an email to Mark Joyce, the manager here, with regard to this situation. He in turn forwarded the email over to Richard Gathright, who's the assistant building official. Mr. Gathright state that, that a permit is needed to put down pavers with regard to parking any vehicles onto those. Also, the same email was forwarded to Eric Schneider, who's a principal planner here with the city. And Mr. Schneider did indicate the same thing, that a permit is required in order to put down pavers. So, and the reason for that is because there are some, some setback issues and just many other issues that planning and zoning actually gets into all those issues with the respondent. So they're just not allowed without permits.
All right, so it's the city's position that she cannot just put down the pavers and park on those,
That is exactly right.
that she would need a permit to do so.
She would need permits.
How long would it reasonably take her to obtain those if they're obtainable?
That I don't know. I mean, the city's willing to work with her with regard to obtaining the necessary permits. That said, though, the city is requesting a finding of violation and giving 30 days to remove the vehicles from all of the unapproved parking areas.
Ma'am, how many vehicles do you have parked on this property?
I have a total of about 8 or 9.
Why do you have so many vehicles parked? This is a residential property. Are you storing cars here?
No, I just have, I have other people that live with me, so some of the cars are theirs and some of the cars are mine.
I counted 10 as of last evening.
And I'm not disputing that, he may have, but like I said, there are multiple, I'm not the only person living there, so those are other people's cars too.
Well, how many people you have living there if you have 10 cars?
There's actually 3 people living there with me.
And you said you applied for the permit?
I did apply for the permit and I did pay the fees for the permit, but I don't know how long it's gonna take because when I did apply for it, they said that there is a backlog. So I would request 120 days and it's gonna be, and also 120 days to get the work done and to get everything in compliance with. But as far as having all the vehicles removed within 30 days, I'm asking that I'm able to leave the vehicles there until I get everything set up.
I'm guessing the city is not going to agree with that.
No, again, the city is requesting a finding of violation and 30 days to remove all of the vehicles that are parked onto the unapproved surfaces.
Ma'am, I can't give you 120 days, but I'll give you 60 days to figure out what to do with these cars or to get the permit. In case CE 220501138, make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 94-482A. Give the respondent 60 days to come into compliance, or a fine of up to $150 per day may issue. I know that's shorter than the time you wanted, but I think it is enough time to figure out what to do about that.
Okay, and there's just one quick question. So that's 60 days to have the vehicles removed too, or what is?
Yeah, you have I made a finding of violation, so I found that your property's in violation. I'm giving you 60 days to come up with something to do with those cars, okay?
Okay, all right, thank you.
Confirming we have no more respondents present. Okay. Agenda item number 2, case number is CE 21120278. Case address is 700 South Rosemary Avenue, and it is rescheduled. Agenda item number 3, case number is CE 22030426. Case address is 415 42nd Street.
John Frosco, West Palm Beach Cone. This violation came in via email as a neighborhood complaint. Mr. Martinez made the the originating complaint. So when I looked at the property originally and did some research, I found that the owner actually has a rental property in the city of West Palm Beach. So I got the email address and sent them a courtesy, and it's in there if you want to look at it. And that was back in March, mid-March. So I figured, well, you know, I could try to encourage them to comply with this. And I actually spoke with one of the agents of the LLC, and she said that the owner was out of town and that he'll be back in town. So I'm peacefully trying to give them time to comply. And they didn't. You know, they did a half-hearted job at complying. So I wish you really would bring that email up so that you could read it. I mean, I really explained everything step by step for them to comply. And, you know, the beginning violation, you know, repair the exterior wall, roof, and foundation. It was a roof area where the soffits were open and they didn't complete it and didn't paint it. And they did comply with that, so that's complied, and so is the paint. Yeah, that's the originating email that I sent with the photos, everything. I really, honest and truly tried to get them to comply with a courtesy, pointing out everything specifically is what they needed to get done. So they did do the repair of the soffit area and to close that up, and they painted. The cleaning up of the property, they did half-heartedly. And currently, there's some debris still uncontained throughout the property. And the excessive overgrowth, they did comply with that, and they trimmed it and cleaned it. There are tufts right now of different pieces of grass that are growing that are along, but there's really no overgrowth. However,
What's outstanding right now of the things that you
the
cited?
outstanding is the clean and sanitary conditions of the property, the boarding certificate that's required, and the landscape maintenance.
The windows are still boarded?
I'm sorry?
The
Yes,
windows-
they are. And I was very specific in the notice about the reasons why the boarding certificate is required and the caveats that they have to reach, because this is an attractive nuisance, and that's what it does. It attracts problems.
Yeah, I definitely know that. And what's the issue with the landscape maintenance?
They tried to, it was just bare and weeds for the majority of it. It once had a ribbon driveway in the front, and then they threw stones to make, you know, a larger driveway, but it's an unpaved surface. So they really need to look at the landscaping in its entirety and rework that. It's like I said, that they made a half-hearted attempt to fix some of the landscaping. If you see the front of the property, they put some sod in, but they didn't water it and they let it die.
All right, so clean and sanitary, boarding, and landscape.
Yes, sir.
All right, and what remedy are you looking for?
30 days to comply or $200 a day. And the reason why I'm asking $200 a day is because there are 2 prior cases on this property, and that the liens were foreclosed on.
So you're
they're
becoming
no
the
longer
property
enforceable.
manager here.
So they purchased this property in this condition, and they've done nothing with it, really.
Okay.
So they perpetuated the
I
problem.
will refer you to the city attorney who has some questions for you.
Officer Frasca, for purposes of the record, is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, there is.
Was the notice of violation issued via certified mail?
Yes, it was.
Was it also issued via regular first-class mail?
Yes, it was.
Was the notice of violation posted at City Hall?
Yes, it was.
Was the notice of violation posted at the property?
Yes, it was.
During your testimony, we've been reviewing photographs. Do those photographs accurately and truthfully represent your observations of the alleged violations on the property?
Yes, they do.
In addition to your testimony, can you just clarify, you indicated that the painting has been done. Does that take care of the painting of the boards appropriately in the color of the same color as the house? Or is that still outstanding?
Well, if they applied, if they applied for the certificate of use, then we would address that issue.
Very good. Thank you so much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, affidavit of posting, photographs, as well as the complete email with attachments to which Officer Frasca testified.
Without objection, I'll enter those documents and evidence as city's composite exhibit 1. All right, in case CE 22030426, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 18106A, 18265, and 944462. Specifically, I find that there continues to be trash and debris on the property, that the building is still boarded without a boarding certificate, and that the landscape maintenance is in poor condition. I order the respondent to come into compliance within 30 days or a fine of up to $200 per day may issue.
Thank you very much.
Agenda item number 4, case number is CE 22060025. Case address is 3701 Parker Avenue, and it's rescheduled. Agenda item number 9, case number is CE 22020253. Case address is 429 Ardmore Road.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement, property at 429 Ardmore Road, was cited on February 16th, 22. Certified mail sent out on April 19th of 22. The property and City Hall posted June 1st of 22. The violations on this property are 18-106L, which is landscape requirements, 34102A, junk of inoperable vehicle, 94482A, parking requirements, and 94485A. There's only 2 outstanding violations remaining. The 94482A is complied, and also is 34102A is complied. No contact with the owners of the property, so I'm asking 30 days to comply, or $100 a day after that.
The landscaping is still at issue, and is there still a vehicle being repaired on the property?
Landscaping and the unpaid parking. Unpaid parking is...
Oh, 9442A.
Yes.
Okay.
Officer Williams, do you have an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes.
Does that affidavit accurately reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
During your testimony, we've been reviewing photographs. Do those photographs truthfully and accurately represent your observations of the alleged violations on the property?
Yes.
Could you tell us briefly for the outstanding violations, what it is you observed that led you to believe these are violations?
Okay, that photo there on the front, on the screen now, the front property needs to be sodded or grass. It's just weeds or just bare sand in that area. And, yes, along there. On the side there, that's unpaid parking. Along the fence area, it also needs sod in that area as well.
And just to clarify, so the vehicle being repaired, is that still outstanding or not outstanding?
No, that is compliant.
Okay. Very good, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would, oh, do you have anything else?
No.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, affidavit of posting, and photographs.
Without objection, I'll accept in evidence the documents listed by the city attorney as city's composite exhibit 1. So we just have landscaping, and I guess they're still parking that
Unpaid
car.
parking and landscaping.
Okay, and you wanted to give them 30 days?
Yes.
And what fine were you seeking?
$100 a day after that.
All right, in case CE 22020253, I make the following findings of fact. Oh, sorry, doing the wrong one.
Agenda item number 10, case number is CE 22020379. Case address is 550 Okeechobee Boulevard, Unit 418, and it's complied. Agenda item number 11, case number is CE 22050091. Case address is 2015 Mercer Avenue.
Michael Williams, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach. Property 2015 Mercer Drive was initially cited on 5/10/22. Certified mail was sent on 5/11/22. Certified mail receipt was received, signed. The property as well as City Hall was posted on 5/16/22. Property was cited for 2232A Certificate of Use, 34102A Junk and Abandoned Vehicle, 18162A Rental License Violation, and 94-71-C Outdoor Storage. As of last evening, the following code sections have complied: 94-71-C, 22-32-A, and 18-162-A as it relates to the rental license. That said, though, the inspection of the property has not occurred, although they have paid for the license. The only remaining violation that has not been addressed is 34-102-A, a junk vehicle on the property. I did speak to the tenant that is living in the rental unit. He did indicate that the vehicle is his. He does have intentions of getting a valid license plate for the vehicle. But again, as of last evening, he had not accomplished that yet. In light of that, the city is requesting 30 additional days in order to comply, or a fine of $100 per day be imposed. Again, as I said, the owner has applied for the rental license. However, the inspection of the property, of the rental unit rather, has not taken place.
So technically, he's not in compliance with that one either yet.
Right.
So it's really 34102A and 18162A are both at issue.
Say again, I'm sorry.
So both of those code sections are still at issue as of today?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Officer Williams, just to complete the record, do you have an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, I do.
And does that affidavit accurately reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular mail?
Yes, it does.
And during your testimony, we've been reviewing photographs. Do those photographs accurately represent your observations that you made on the property supporting the alleged violations?
Yes, they do.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, affidavit of posting, and photographs.
I'll accept those documents into evidence as City's Composite Exhibit 1. In case CE 22050091, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. Find the property in violation of 34102A and 18162A. Specifically, there is an inoperable or actually an unlicensed vehicle parked on the property, and the rental license has been applied for but has not been had the appropriate inspection. I give the respondent 30 days to bring this property into compliance, or a fine of up to $100 per day may issue.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 13, case number is CE 22040094. Case address is 3416 Broadway.
Morning, J. Francis, West Palm Beach Code. 3416 Broadway was cited on 4/11/22. Certified mail sent on 4/12/22. Both the property and City Hall were posted on 6/6/22. The affidavit of posting was completed. The property was cited for trash and debris, excessive growth, dead vegetation, landscape maintenance, and securing the property. I have been in contact with the property owner. As of this morning, the property has not come into compliance. Therefore, the city is asking an additional 90 days for them to come into compliance. If they do not, then the city is asking for $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you, Officer Francis. Just to complete the record, does the affidavit of posting accurately reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
We've been reviewing photographs during your testimony. Do those photographs accurately and truthfully represent, and are they consistent with your observations of the alleged violations on the property?
Yes.
Could you please just describe in a little bit of detail what your observations were that led you to believe there are alleged violations?
Well, for instance, there's a bunch of holes in the property, so it's easily accessible. From the Broadway side of the property, there's a lot of overgrowth. And then there's a dumpster that is ridiculously, you have a lot of garbage.
And is there excessive growth of grass and weeds?
In the front of the property.
I'm sorry, sir, in the front, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And Special Magistrate, the city would, Officer Francis, you're seeing waste on the property in the right-of-way. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, affidavit of posting, and photographs.
Without objection, I'll accept those documents as evidence of City's Composite Exhibit 1. I assume the reason you're giving them 90 days is that they're working on this?
Yes.
Are they making progress?
A little bit,
But you feel they deserve the 90 days?
yeah, 90 days should be enough.
All right, in case CE 220400094, make the following findings of fact and life. I notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of the listed code sections. Specifically, I find the trash and debris on the property, that there is excessive growth and weeds growing above 6 inches. I make further finding that the landscape is in disrepair and the building has not been secured. I order the respondent to come into compliance within 90 days or pay a fine of $100 per day.
Agenda item number 14, case number is CE 22040134. Case address is 1043 30th Court.
J. Francis, City of West Palm Beach Code, 1040 330th Court was cited on 4/13/22. Certified mail was sent on 4/14/22. Both the property and City Hall were posted on 6/3/22. Affidavit of posting was completed. This property was cited for excessive growth, southern swale in the parkway, COU and rental license. I have been in contact with the property owner, and as of this morning, the property has not come into compliance, only for sodding the swale. All other violations are complied. Therefore, the city is asking for an additional 30 days for them to come into compliance. If they do not come into compliance, then the city is asking for a $50 a day fine until compliance is achieved.
What's the one issue that's remaining?
The sodding the swale. I gave him 30 days because he had to leave for a family emergency, so he's out of the country at the moment.
Thank you. Officer Francis, just to complete the record, does your affidavit of posting accurately reflect that the notice of violation was also sent via regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are your observations on the property that lead you to believe that there's an alleged violation of landscaping of the swale or parkway?
Well, there's an area of the landscape of the swale that's completely bare. There was trash there first, but they removed it. Which is pretty much.
And you're seeing bare areas in there as well?
If you go through the pictures, should be there.
I'm sorry, sir?
It should be there. Yes. Yes, that's all bare areas.
Okay. And the photographs that we're seeing, are those a truthful and accurate depiction and consistent with your testimony of the observations you made on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, affidavit of posting, and photographs.
Without objection, I'll accept those documents and evidence as City's Composite Exhibit 1. Case CE 220400134, make the following findings of fact and life. I notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 9442E. Specifically, I find that the swale is missing sod and needs to be resodded. Hereby give the respondent 30 days to come into compliance or fine of $50 per day. May issue.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 17, case number is CE 22040239. Case address is 319 Hunter Street, and it's complied. Agenda item number 18, case number is CE 22040298. Case address is 515 51st Street.
Good morning, Officer Levine, City of West Palm Beach Code. This property was cited for failure to obtain a rental license, certificate of use, and a vacation rental license. Service was accomplished by certified mail, which was not signed for on 5/2. However, on 5/24/2022, the City Hall and the property was posted. There is an application in the system for this license, which was processed on 6/6. The applicant was informed by the front desk who was processing the application to get in contact with the officer responsible. However, me nor the zone officer had heard from the property owner, so the city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance or $200 a day thereafter.
So they applied for one, but it hasn't been issued yet?
They applied for the license and has not gone through the inspection process.
So all they really need to do is have the inspection?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Officer Levine, just to complete the record, do you have an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that affidavit accurately reflect that the notice of violation was also sent via regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it also accurately reflect that the notice of violation was posted at City Hall?
Yes, ma'am.
And because we're talking about a vacation rental license and is there two licenses we're talking about? Vacation and a regular
It is
rental?
they need to obtain a state license from the Department of Professional Regulations, which when they do our application, they're supposed to submit with our application.
Very good, thank you. And we've been reviewing photographs during your testimony. Do those photographs accurately represent the posting of the file, or excuse me, posting of the property that we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
And we're also reviewing an internet printout. Can you describe what we're looking at?
That is an advertisement for the vacation rental.
And this is for this particular property, is that accurate?
Yes, 515 51st Street.
Very good, thank you so much. And Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, affidavit of posting, photographs, and the internet printout reflecting the rental status.
Without objection, I'll accept into evidence those documents, the city's composite exhibit 1. So you're looking for 30 days or $200 a day? So case CE 22040298, I make the following findings of fact and life. I notice is sufficient. Found the property in violation of the listed code sections. Respondent has 30 days to come into compliance by obtaining their rental license and certificate of use, or a fine of $200 per day may issue.
Agenda item number 19, case number is CE 22040309. Case address is 4806 North Flagler Drive, Unit 3.
4806 North Flagler Drive, Unit 3, was cited for failure to obtain a rental license, vacation rental license, and certificate of use. Service was accomplished by certified mail, which was signed for on 4/29/2022. The property in City Hall was also posted on 5/24/2022. An application was sent in on 5/19/2022 and was processed with a balance of $104.29. The respondent was notified by email on 5/19/2022. On Monday, I picked up a voicemail and returned the call to the property owner. And as of this morning, I was yet to receive another phone call from the property owner. There is an active application in the system for a license with a balance of $104.29. So the city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance at $200 a day thereafter.
Officer Levine, just to complete the record, do you have an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit accurately reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And the photographs, I believe that, did the photographs that we've been reviewing during your testimony accurately reflect the property in question and your observations?
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to this property, we're looking right now at an internet printout. Can you describe what that is?
That is a partial photograph of the property in question that is being rented.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, affidavit of posting, photographs, the internet printout reflecting the rental of this property, as well as the written communication between the officer and the respondent.
Without objection, I'll accept the evidence of those documents as city's composite exhibit 1. Officer Levine, if I understood you correctly, they've applied for a license?
Yes, sir. There's a balance of $104.29, and what they need to do is to pay that balance and get the property inspected and pass the inspection in order to obtain the license.
All right. In case CE 2204039, I make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, I find property in violation of the listed code section, specifically they're renting a unit without a rental license. I give them respondent 30 days to come into compliance, or a fine of $200 per day may issue.
Agenda item number 20, case number is CE 22040347. Case address is 523 31st Street.
523 31st Street was cited for failure to obtain a rental license, vacation rental license, and certificate of use. This property was posted on 5/24/2022. The certified mail was returned. On May 31st, I had a conversation with the property owner who informed me that she had a property manager that posted this property for rental online, and when she contacted Airbnb, she was not able to remove the ad from Airbnb because she was not the one that put the ad on Airbnb, and she could not get in contact with the property manager to have him or her remove the ad from vacation rental. And I explained to her that once the ad is there, I cannot close the case, and I have proof that the property has been rented before because a family member of mine stayed at the property. Did not hear back from the respondent until this morning when she brought in an affidavit of non-rental. So what the city is requesting is a finding of fact to prevent, so that if for some reason or the other in the future she decides to rent and not get a rental license, she's aware that she has to get a rental license before putting the property up for rent. So the city is requesting a finding of fact on this case.
Officer Levine, just to complete the record, is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit accurately reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
And does it also reflect accurately that the notice of violation was posted at City Hall?
Yes.
And we've been reviewing photographs. Do those accurately represent this property and your observations?
Yes, ma'am.
And we're reviewing the internet, an internet printout. Is that a posting reflecting that this was a rental?
Yes, was offered for rent. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're
Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, affidavit of posting, photographs, the internet printout showing that the property was being rented, as well as the affidavit of non-rental testified by the officer.
Without objection, I'll accept those documents as evidence of city's composite exhibit 1. In case CE 220400347, I make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, I find the property has been in violation of 82-151, 18-162A, and 22-32A, but has since come into compliance.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 21, case number is CE 2203080. Case address is 510 55th Street.
City of West Palm Beach Code Officer Robert Watkins. This property was cited on March the 10th. Certified mail was sent March 10th. Certified mail was received March 14th. City Hall was posted April the 4th. This property was cited for paint, sodding of swells, remove prohibited vehicle, and outdoor storage. All violations has complied as of yesterday evening, except for sodding of the swell. I have had correspondence with the homeowner. I also let them know about the issue. They removed everything except for sodding of the swell. So the city is requesting 30 days or $100 per day after for 78-94C, which is sodding of the swell.
Officer Watkins, to complete the record, does your file reflect that there's an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, there's a,
Does that affidavit accurately represent that the notice of violation was also sent by regular mail, first class?
yes, it was.
Does that affidavit accurately represent that the notice of violation was posted at the property?
Yes, it does.
The photographs that we've been reviewing during your testimony, are they truthfully and accurately represent your observations of the alleged violations of the property?
Yes.
Can you please describe what it is about the swale or parkway that you observed that led you to believe that there's an alleged violation?
There's plenty of dirt there, just dirt and leaves, no grass whatsoever on either part of it on the property.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, affidavit of posting, and photographs.
Without objection, I'll accept those documents and evidence as City's Composite Exhibit 1. In case CE 220300180, I make the following findings of fact on the I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 7894C. Specifically, I find that the swale needs to be sodded. Respondent has 30 days to come into compliance or a fine of $100 per day. Commissioner.
Agenda item number 22, case number is CE 2203-0327. Case address is 401 53rd Street, and it's complied. Agenda item number 23, case number is CE 2203-0342. Case address is 416 58th Street.
City of West Palm Beach Code Officer Robert Watkins. This property was cited on March 21st. Certified mail was sent March 22nd. Certified mail was returned March 28th. City Hall was posted April the 4th. This property was cited for safe egress and delinquent business tax receipt. As of yesterday, all items were still out of compliance. I've had no correspondence with the homeowner or any representation of the property. The city is requesting on this one as well 30 days to come into compliance or $100 per day after.
Officer Watkins, to complete the record, do you have an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes.
Does that affidavit accurately reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
Does that affidavit of posting also accurately reflect that the notice of violation was posted at the property?
Yes.
And the photographs that we've been reviewing during your testimony, do those truthfully and accurately and consistently represent your observations of the alleged violations on the property?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe, please, what it is about the safe egress that you observed that you believe there's an alleged violation?
There's boards on the interior of the windows as well as exterior in the front and on the side. The big boards, big brown boards.
Okay, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, affidavit of posting, and photographs.
Without objection, I'll enter those documents and evidence as City's Composite Exhibit 1. Officer, tell me, the business receipt issue, explain exactly what's going on there?
They haven't made a payment. It's delinquent. It's been delinquent for over a year. I've reached out to both numbers on the file, and I haven't gotten in contact with anyone. I actually went by there and put my card in the door as well. And I've seen vehicles there. Obviously, someone's living there, but no one has ever communicated with me about it.
Do we know that they're conducting business on there?
Yeah, it's being rented. The address is different. The water bill is showing a different name on it. Name and address. And like I said, but no one has ever communicated with me on this. And there have been vehicles coming and going, so someone is living there.
And the means of egress is still obstructed?
Yeah, on the inside of quite a few windows, there's board on the inside, but it's like every other window, and especially the main front one where the larger windows are, there's boards on there as well.
All right, in case CE 220303342, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 18100 and 82144. Respondent has 30 days to come to compliance or fine of $100 per day may issue. Specifically, I find that the ways of egress are obstructed by boards and that there's a delinquent tax receipt.
Agenda item number 24, case number is CE 22040084. Case address is 935 Alamanda Road.
Good morning. City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement, Richard Pasmino. This property was cited on April 9th. Certified mail was sent April 11th. It was returned, but the property and City Hall were both posted on April 11th. This property was cited for a rental license violation, certificate of use required, landscaped areas must be grass, and unpaved parking. I've had no contact from the owner or the tenant. As of today, the rental license and certificate of use is applied. The fees have not been paid, and there has been no inspection scheduled. The missing grass remains, and the unpaved parking has complied. So those three issues remain: rental license, certificate of use, and landscape areas must be grass. The city is recommending 30 additional days to comply or asking for a $100 a day fine.
Officer Pasmino, just to complete the record, does your file reflect an executed affidavit of posting?
Yes, it does.
Does that affidavit accurately indicate that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, it does.
And we've been reviewing photographs during your testimony. Do those photographs accurately represent your observations of the alleged violations on the property?
Yes, they do.
And could you briefly just describe what it is about the landscaping that you feel you observed that constitutes an alleged violation?
Right in that photo, that was also the violation for the unpaved parking. That whole front yard area is just bare dirt where it should be grass.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, affidavit of posting, photographs, and the application by the property owner for the rental.
All right, without objection, I'll accept those documents and evidence. The city's composite exhibit 1. So they did apply for the rental license, they just haven't paid for it or gotten
Yeah, they
inspections?
applied earlier this month, I think the first week of June. They haven't paid the fees and they haven't scheduled with me.
And you've seen the tenants on the property or people living on the property?
I've seen vehicles come and go.
All right, in case CE 220400084, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 18162A, 2232A, and 94442C1, specifically renting the property without a license and certificate of use, and the property needs to be properly landscaped by covered with grass. Give the respondent 30 days to come to compliance or fine of $100 per day, Commissioner.
Agenda item number 25, case number is CE 22040143. Case address is 4318 Garden Avenue.
Richard Pasmino, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property was cited on April 14th. Certified mail was sent out April 14th. It was returned on April 20th. In addition, the property and City Hall were both posted April 15th. This property was cited for clean and sanitary conditions, unpaved parking, landscaped areas must be grass, and outdoor storage. I have had no contact from the owner or the tenants, and there have been no changes as of yesterday. The city is recommending 30 days to comply all violations, or we're asking for a fine of $150 a day.
Officer Pasmino, to complete the record, does your file reflect an executed affidavit of posting?
Yes, it does.
And does that affidavit accurately reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, it does.
We've been reviewing photographs during your testimony. Do the photographs accurately represent your observations of the alleged violations on the property?
Yes, all the photos show the violations.
And I apologize if I missed it. Could could you just briefly describe what it is about your observations that you saw that you believe support the alleged violations?
Yeah, so this came in as a complaint from a neighbor, and the current tenants are leaving trash all over the property, storing that plywood, storing things under the carport, and parking on the grass. And due to the parking on the grass, there's no grass in the front yard. That's visible in the pictures.
Have you observed one vehicle or more than one vehicle?
More than one.
And have you
multiple.
observed that, I'm sorry, and have you observed that on one day or more than one day?
More than one day. It should show.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, affidavit of posting, and photographs.
Without objection, I'll accept those documents and evidence as City's Composite Exhibit 1. All right, so you testified as to the trash and debris on the property, you testified as to the vehicles, and you testified as to the missing grass, and you testified as to the outdoor storage.
Yes.
The remedy you were seeking was 30 days?
30 days, yeah, or $150 a day.
All right, in case CE 220404143, I make the following findings of fact and law. Find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of the listed code sections. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property into compliance or fine of $150 per day may issue. Specifically, I find there is trash and debris on the property. There is parking on unpaved surfaces, that the landscaping needs to be resodded and missing grass replaced, and that there is outdoor storage on the property.
Agenda item number 26, case number is CE 22040254. Case address is 1006 Churchill Circle South.
Richard Pasmino, City of West Palm Beach, Code Enforcement. This property was cited on April 20th. Certified mail was sent out April 21st. It was signed, received April 23rd. And the property and City Hall were both posted on April 22nd. This case came in from a neighbor complaining, and it's for failure to secure building permit and required inspections. They have installed that metal fence is new without a permit or inspections. And there should be like a satellite view. Over the years, they expanded their covered carport, covered porch patio in the rear without license and permit. I had contact with the owner in the beginning. I've had no recent contact. They have applied for 2 permits. The fence permit was obtained. They still need the inspection. And the permit for the covered porch had failed plan review. I've had no contact since. The city's recommending 60 additional days to come into compliance. That's obtain the permits, pass the inspections, and you have to do the work to pass the inspection. So doing whatever planning and zoning says you need, or the city's asking for a fine of $150 a day.
Thank you, Officer Pasmino. To complete the record, does your file reflect that there's an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, it does.
Does that affidavit accurately reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, it does.
We've been reviewing photographs during your testimony. Do the photographs truthfully and accurately represent your observations of the alleged violations on the property?
Yes, the photographs show it, and there's also some satellite views I got off of the property appraiser's website. Really shows over the years the expansion that they have done.
And just to clarify the record, you testified that there is an application pending for a permit for the covered porch. Is it your opinion, or do you have any testimony of whether they need an additional permit for the outdoor covered patio?
So the permit they applied for, it just says aluminum patio or aluminum porch. They know what, I did speak to them when I posted, so they know what was built without permit. It should cover, because the plan review failed it for the setbacks.
Very good, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, certified mailing documents, affidavit of posting, photographs, the internet printouts to which the officer testified.
All right, without objection, I'll accept those documents and evidence as City's Composite Exhibit 1. So there's two construction projects here in question, right? The fence and then the outdoor patio?
Yes,
And neither one of them, at least according to your testimony, is appropriately permitted at this point.
yeah, they were built without permit. They have one permit for the fence. They still need to pass final inspection.
So they paid for that permit, but it hasn't been inspected?
Yes, correct.
And and to the best of your knowledge, there has been no permit submitted as to the covered patio?
It's submitted, it failed plan review.
So it was submitted?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
it
they're
has
gonna
be-
have to make some changes to,
So it has to be resubmitted?
yes.
Is 60 days sufficient time to accomplish this?
I believe so. They have been working on it ever since I spoke to them. They're
Okay.
really on top of it.
In case CE 22040254, make the following findings of fact and life. I notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 105.1 and 110.3, specifically the construction of a fence and outdoor patio without proper permitting. Respondent has 60 days to come into compliance or a fine of up to $150 per day may issue.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 27, case number is CE 22040412. Case address is 801 North Point Parkway, Unit 109.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. The business on April 29th was cited for business tax violation and certificate of use. Business is located at 801 North Point Parkway, Unit 109. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted May 25th. Affidavit of posting is attached in case notes. Certified mail as well as regular mail was sent April 29th. Certified mail was received May 6th. This is a renewal. I've made contact with the business owner as well as the property manager of that said business complex. They're aware of the violation that exists. This license has been delinquent for the past 2 years. I've been trying to get this said business owner to comply for the past 2 years. I made a final attempt last week entering the complex to let them know to reach out to their tenant to get this addressed. As of this morning, no action has been taken. With that being said, city's recommending 10 days to bring it into compliance or a one-time fine of $250 and $100 a day on the COU.
Officer McFarland, we've been reviewing a photograph. Do those photographs accurately represent the location of the property and business that we're talking about today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do the photographs accurately represent that the notice of violation was posted at the property or business?
Yes, ma'am.
And what business are we talking about?
I cannot pronounce the name of the business, to be honest with you. It's a wacky name.
Hiregi, Hiregi?
Yes.
Integrated Solutions LLC?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And when you spoke with the business owner and the property manager, did either of them deny that the business was an ongoing concern or that the business was not located at that property?
No, ma'am. Everyone knows that the business is there. I mean, the front desk has been hounding this business owner to get this done. And when they speak with him, he claims that he's going to come into our office and take care of it. And as of this morning, it's still delinquent.
Okay, thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Without objection, I'll accept those documents and evidence. The city's composite exhibit 1. Case CE 22040412, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 2232A and 82144. I give the respondent 10 days to come into compliance by paying the outstanding balance on their business tax and obtaining their business tax receipt within 10 days, or a fine of $250 may issue. I hereby assess a fine of $100 per day after that until the property owner comes into compliance.
Agenda item number 28, case number is CE 22040422. Case address is 4241 San Marino Boulevard, Unit 205.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On April 29th, the property at 4241 San Marino Boulevard, Unit 205, was cited for a rental license violation and certificate of use. This is also a renewal. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted May 16th. Affidavit of posting is in case notes. Certified mail as well as regular mail went out May 2nd. Certified mail was received May 4th. I have been in no contact with the property owner. I did reach out to the homeowners association to confirm that the unit is currently still being rented. That was confirmed. With that being said, city's recommending 10 days or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you, Officer McFarland. During your testimony, we've been reviewing a couple of photos. Do those photos accurately represent the subject property that we're talking about now and represent that the property was posted?
Yes.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Without objection, I'll accept those documents and evidence as City's Composite Exhibit 1. Sorry, Officer McFarland, you said you knew this was a rental how?
Say it again?
We know this is a rental how?
I confirmed with the management on site that it is a current rental. And it, again, it's like I said, it's a renewal. We do have one on file, but it has not been renewed.
All right, in case CE 22040422, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. Find the property in violation of 18162 and 2232A. Respondent has 10 days to come into compliance or fine of $100 per day may issue.
Agenda item number 30, case number is CE 22050067. Case address is 2461 Metro Center Boulevard East.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On May 7th, the business Marriott's Inn, located at 2461 Metro Center Boulevard E, was cited for business tax violation and certificate of use. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted May 25th. Affidavit of posting is attached in case notes. Certified mail as well as regular mail went out May 11th. Certified mail was received May 16th. I have been in contact with the property manager on site. I have been emailing back and forth with him to get this bill satisfied. I did send a last stitch effort email this morning. As of this morning, the property still remains in violation. With that being said, city's recommending 10 days to come into compliance, or a one-time fine of $250 and $100 a day on the COU.
Thank you, Officer McFarland. We've been reviewing a couple of photographs during your testimony. Do those photographs accurately represent the property at issue today, as well as the posting of the notice of violation at the property business?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and a copy of all written correspondence, including emails, as testified to.
Without objection, I'll accept those documents as City's Composite Exhibit 1. This is a Residence Inn by Marriott,
Yes, sir.
and they haven't paid their business tax.
No, they have not.
And to the best of your knowledge, this is still operating in that location?
Yes, it is.
All right, in case CE 22050067, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 2232A and 82144. As to the business tax, I give them 10 days to come into compliance or a one-time fine of $250 per day. As to certificate of use, they have 10 days to come into compliance or a fine of $100 per day may issue.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 31, case number is CE 22050005. Case address is 4210 North Terrace Drive.
When are we scheduled for other matters?
It is 11:30, but our custom is to complete the underlying agenda before the other matters.
All right.
Good morning, Natalie Clark, City of West Palm Beach, Code Compliance. 4210 West Terrace Drive was cited on 5/2/22. The property and City Hall were posted on 5/3/22, and certified mail was signed for on 5/6/22. The property was cited for rental tax violation as well as certificate of use. It's actually a renewal for the rental tax receipt. There's an existing rental tax receipt with an inspection. It just requires the payment for this calendar year. I've had no contact with the property owner. The property is still rented. The city is asking for an additional 10 days or $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you, Officer Clark. To complete the record, is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, there is.
Does that affidavit accurately reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular mail?
It does.
We've been reviewing photographs during your testimony. Do the photographs accurately represent the property at issue, as well as the posting at the property?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Without objection, I'll accept those into evidence as City's Composite Exhibit 1. How do we know this is still being rented?
They're still, the same tenants are still there with the same cars. So it's just the payment that needs to be made, but it's still occupied. It's a duplex that's still occupied by both tenants.
Okay. All right, in case CE 22050005, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. Find the property in violation of 18162A and 2232A. Respondent has 10 days to come into compliance or a fine of $100 per day may issue.
Agenda item number 32, case number is CE 22050006. Case address is 3105 Australian Court.
Natalie Clark, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance. 3105 Australian Court was cited on 5/2/22. The property and City Hall were posted on 5/3/22, and certified mail was signed for on 5/5/22. The property was cited for 82-144, which is the business tax renewal. I've had no contact with the property owner. The city is asking for an additional 10 days or a one-time fine of $200.
Officer Clark, just to complete the record, and I apologize because I couldn't hear a lot, is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, there is.
And does that affidavit accurately reflect that the notice of violation was sent via certified mail?
Yes, it does. The certified mail was signed for on 5/5/22.
And does the affidavit reflect that it was also mailed by regular first class?
Yes,
And does the affidavit reflect that it was posted at the property and City Hall?
it does.
What business are we speaking about today?
It's for it's Driven Off Passion Everyday LLC. It's a home occupation.
Okay, thank you. And the photographs that we've been reviewing, do those accurately reflect the property at issue and that the notice of violation was posted?
Yes.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Without objection, I'll accept those documents as evidence as City's Composite Exhibit 1. How do I know that Dope Driven Off Passion Everyday LLC is still in operation?
There aren't any evidence that suggests it's not. The owner did sign for the mail. However, I've had no contact. Typically, when we send a notice of violation out, if the business is no longer in existence, we do ask that the owner either send us a mail, something in writing via mail or email, and we go ahead and close it. I've had no contact with that owner stating otherwise.
I agree, but I don't know that I can find them for operating a business without a tax receipt, without at least some evidence that the business is still in operation.
As far as, the city's record, the owner has been renewing the business tax receipt. It has been late, like, on numerous occasions, but at some point it is, renewed. And that seems to be the case, this year. It has accrued penalties, so it does get paid, but just at a later date. And that seems to be the pattern over the years.
And you may well be right that this is exactly that case, but I still need some kind of evidence that there's a business operating there if I'm gonna make that finding.
It's the business.
Can we have a moment, Special Magistrate? Special Magistrate, I apologize. My computer is very slow. Special Magistrate, the city would also reflect that, that the notice of violation, or actually, I need to make questions of the officer, excuse me.
Officer Luster, we need you back on the stand.
Officer Clark, can you testify, was the notice of violation mailed out in the name of the business?
Mike, can you pull up the notice of violation, please? The note.
Special Magistrate, thank you. I apologize for the delay. Officer, what is your testimony in regards to the notice of violation, to whom it was sent?
So the, excuse me, the notice of, the address for the business in our system for the business tax receipt, it's a different mailing address for the owner of the business versus the address that's listed for that business. The mail also went to the address, which is on the screen, which is in Port St. Lucie, which that mail was signed for. So it went to both addresses, to 3105 Australian Court, as well as the mailing address listed on the BTR application by the business owner.
And Officer, what is your testimony, since this is an expired business tax, what dates would that apply to? Do you know?
This is just for the current year renewal. So September 30th would be the, October 1st would be the new year. So it's just the renewal for the current year.
So October 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have a moment, sir?
Yep.
Special Magistrate, I apologize. Upon further research, the city at this time withdraws the case.
Okay.
Agenda item number 33, case number is CE 22050105. Case address is 935 39th Court.
Natalie Clark, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance, 935 39th Court. Excuse me.
Officer Clark?
I do apologize, Magistrate.
No problem.
935 39th Court was cited on 5/11/22. The property in City Hall were posted on 5/17/22 and certified mail was sent on 5/14/22. The property was cited for 18-103J, which is exterior paint, as well as 7434A1H, which is trash can in public view. The property has since complied with the trash can citation. The only existing violation is the 18103J, which is the exterior paint. I've had no contact with the property owner. The property owner has since painted part of the structure. The city is asking for an additional 60 days or $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Officer Clark, just to complete the record, do you have an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, I do.
And does that affidavit accurately reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
It does.
And we've been reviewing photographs during your testimony. Do those photographs accurately represent your observations of the alleged violations on the property?
Yes, it does.
Can you briefly describe what it is about the painting on the structure that led you to believe there's an alleged violation?
So initially, when the property was cited, it was just bare concrete. There was no paint on the actual structure. Since then, the front portion of the home has been painted. However, the sides and the rear are still not painted.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Without objection, I'll accept and evidence those documents as city's composite exhibit 1. In case CE 22050105, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 18103J specifically. The exterior needs to be completely painted. Respondent has 60 days to come into compliance or fine of $100 per day. May I issue?
Agenda item number 34, case number is CE 22050230. Case address is 835 44th Street.
Natalie Clark, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance. 835 44th Street was cited on 5/20/22. The property and City Hall were posted on 5/24/22 and certified mail was sent on 5/24/22. The property was cited for 18-106B, which is excessive growth, 18-162A, which is rental tax violation, 18-106A, which is clean and sanitary, 2232A, which is the certificate of use, 7434A1H, which is the trash can in public view, and 94-71C, which is outdoor storage. I've had no contact with the property owner. The city's asking for 30 days for the property owner to obtain the certificate of use and the rental tax receipt, or 30 days or $250 per day. As far as the clean and sanitary, the outdoor storage and trash can placement, the city is asking for 15 additional days or $50 per day. And as far as 18106B, which is the excessive growth, the city is asking to have that abated.
Thank you, Officer Clark. Just to complete the record, and again, I'm not sure if I heard it all, do you have an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, I do.
And does that affidavit accurately reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
It does.
And we've been reviewing photographs during your testimony. Do those photographs accurately represent your observations of the alleged violations on the property?
Yes, they do.
Could you please indicate what it is about excessive growth, clean and sanitary, and outdoor storage that you believe caused an alleged violation, as well as the trash can?
The trash can is pretty much in the front of the property. As you can see, it's by the front door, as well as the recycling bin. As far as the excessive growth, as depicted in the pictures, it's severely overgrown, especially on the right side of the property. You can no longer see the chain link fence. It's covered in vegetation. There's also a picture that was taken yesterday, that picture that shows the excessive overgrowth. As far as the clean and sanitary, that's for all the trash that's lingering on the property, as well as cleaning up all of the dead vegetation. For the outdoor storage is for the boards. They're like ply boards on the side. Those could be put in the rear, but they just can't be in public view.
Thank you. And since you're asking for an abatement on the excessive growth, do you believe that the condition causes a health, safety, or welfare issue?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe that it's an attractive nuisance for vermin and other invasive
Yes, ma'am, I do.
things? In relation to the rental license and COU, can you just tell this
yes.
forum how you know that it's rented?
I would like to enter, I do have a document that I would like to enter into evidence. I actually didn't get an opportunity to scan it, but this property this property owner has several properties that are rental properties in that community. One of them I recently cited, and I did explain to the property manager at that time that for each property that's a rental within the city of West Palm Beach, a rental tax receipt is required. So we did have that conversation regarding 817 42nd Street. So it's the same owner, and I have a list of all the properties owned by that same corporation.
So in talking with that owner, they agreed and did not disagree with the fact that 835 44th Street is owned, is rented?
Correct.
Okay. And the document that you've handed me is a printout of the property appraiser's website, printed out on 6/15/22, reflecting all the properties owned by SFR XII Miami Owner 1 LP?
Correct.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and the printout from the property appraiser's office.
Without objection, I'll accept those in evidence of City's Composite Exhibit 1. Is there somebody living at this property?
I'm not quite sure because initially when I cited it, the trash can was on the right side of the property. Now it's just in the front. There is a realtor lock on the door. So I'm not quite sure if there's an actual tenant there now.
But the agent for the owner agreed that the property was being held out for rental?
Correct.
The excessive growth, you believe that the condition on the property constitutes a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the City of West Palm Beach?
Yes, I do.
Is that because it constitutes habitat for vermin?
Yes.
There is still trash and debris on this property the last time you looked?
Yes, it's just overgrown now, so you can barely see it.
And the outdoor storage, the auto parts and stuff is still there?
Yes, it's just covered in vegetation now.
All right, in CE 220502230, I make the following findings of fact on law. I find notice is sufficient to find the property.
Special Magistrate, I'm sorry,
Yep.
did you accept my evidence?
Did I not? Oh,
I
all right.
don't think so.
Thought I did. Did I not?
I'm sorry, if you did, I apologize. Can you do it again?
All right, for the record, I accept the documents submitted by the city attorney and evidence of city's composite exhibit 1. All right, in case, I might not have. It's been a long morning. In case CE 220502230, I make the following findings of fact on law. I find notice is good and sufficient. I find the property in violation of 18106B excessive growth. I make further finding that violation constitutes a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the city of West Palm Beach. I order the respondent to come into immediate compliance. In the failure of compliance, I hereby authorize the city of West Palm Beach to enter the property and abate any and all violations of 18106B, specifically the grass and weeds in excess of 6 inches in height. I make further finding that the property is in violation of 18162A and 2232A. The rental license and certificate of use as the property is being held out for rental. Hereby order the respondent to come into compliance with those within 30 days, or a fine of $250 per day may issue. Make further finding that the property is in violation of 18106A, 7434A1H, and 9471C specifically. That there is trash and debris on the property, that the trash can, was the trash can in compliance or wasn't?
It wasn't.
Okay. The trash can is in public view, and there is outdoor storage, including auto parts and building materials. Respondent has 15 days to bring that into compliance, or fine of $50 per day may issue.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 36. Case number is CE 22040111. Case address is 401 North Rosemary Avenue.
Good morning, Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was cited for 82144 business tax receipt. Property was posted on site. Spoke with property manager, office manager. The businesses are still active at this location. And the property initiated on 4/12/2022. Cert mail was not signed. It was returned on 4/15/2022. Property was posted on 6/3/2022. I'm asking for a one-time fine of $250 for the business tax receipt.
Thank you, Officer Luster. Just to complete the record, is an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit accurately reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it also reflect that the notice of violation was also posted at City Hall?
Yes, ma'am.
What business are we talking about today?
We're talking about, Avena Productions.
Okay,
At
at
401
Viva,
North
at
Rosemary.
Viva Productions, thank
Mhm.
you. And,
Go ahead.
the, I'm sorry, the photographs that we've been reviewing, do those accurately reflect the location at which the business is currently, and that the business location was either hand-delivered or
Hand-delivered
posted
and
at the location?
posted. Hand-delivered and posted and confirmed with office manager.
Thank you so much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Without objection, I'll accept those documents and evidence of city's composite exhibit 1. You confirm with the office manager that the business is in fact in operation?
Yes, sir.
All right, in case CE 220401111, I hereby make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 82144. Respondent, and I hereby assess a one-time fine of $250.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 37. Case number is CE 22040112. Case address is 401 North Rosemary Avenue.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. Property was cited on 4/12/2022. Cert mail was returned to us on 4/15/2022. Property was posted, City Hall was posted on 6/3/2022. Spoke with office manager. Business is still active at this location. I'm asking for the one-time fine for the business tax receipt of $250.
Thank you, Officer Luster. To complete the record, do you have an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit also accurately reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And what business are we talking about?
We're talking about subcontracting systems.
Thank you. And the photographs that we've been reviewing while you're testifying, do those accurately reflect the business location that is the subject of this case, and that it was posted at the business?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Special Magistrate. The city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Without objection, I'll accept those into evidence. The city's composite exhibit 1, KCE 220401112. I make the following findings of fact. On the I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 82144. I issue a one-time fine of $250.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 38, case number is CE 22040301. Case address is Freshwater Lakes Drive.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property initiated the violation on 4/22/22. Property was first posted on 5/13/2022. Certified mail was not signed. It was returned on 5/5/2022. Second posting at the site also was posted on 6/3/2022. I did it twice because I wanted to make sure that that owner was notified. No contact with the owner. I'm asking for 10 days or abatement of the overgrowth. The only violations that has complied, the above-ground pool has been removed and outdoor storage on the lot itself has been complied. And that was the neighbor to the vacant lots, pool, trampoline, and tent. So those two items have been removed from the vacant lot. The overgrowth is still outstanding, and I'm asking for the 10 days or abatement, and I'm also asking for a finding of fact.
Officer Luster, thank you. To complete the record, is an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that accurately reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it also accurately reflect that the notice of violation was posted at City Hall?
Yes, ma'am.
We've been reviewing photographs during your testimony. Do the photographs accurately and truthfully represent your observations of the alleged violations on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to the overgrowth, can you please describe what you observed?
It's very overgrown and, roaches, varmints and snakes for safety reasons. I'm asking for the abatement.
And do you believe that condition arises to a level of a health, safety, welfare violation?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you believe that the condition acts as a habitat for vermin and an attractive nuisance?
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to the finding of fact that you're seeking, do you recall in the notice of violation by what date they had to bring those into compliance and what date it actually came into compliance?
Yeah, it's not coming to compliance, and the comply by date, pull the violation up for me, Monique.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
It has not come into compliance. It failed to comply by date. That's why I'm asking for the finding of fact.
Right. I just want to put in the record what the
date
comply
was.
by date is.
She gonna put probably. Yeah, you look at the notice.
Should be on the notice of violation, no?
Mm-hmm. Just open up the attachments. Go to the field view and open up the attachment. No. Go to folder view. Mm-hmm. Open them all up. Comply by date was 5/13/2022.
And Officer Luster, it's your testimony that they did not bring those violations into compliance, alleged violations into compliance until after 5/13. Is that accurate?
Not, the only one that was outstanding and still outstanding is the overgrowth. That's the one I'm asking for the finding of fact on.
But the
I believe
ones
that
that,
the-
but the ones that they did bring into compliance,
brought in
it was
prior to.
after 5/13. Is that accurate?
No, brought in prior to 5/13. The pool, the trampoline, the outdoor storage was all complied prior to the comply by date. The overgrowth was not.
Okay, well then I can't do a finding of fact in that case. They have,
That was
the
part of the
finding of
case.
fact generally is that they didn't comply by the required comply by date.
They didn't with the overgrowth. So
Okay.
you can't do a finding of split order on a finding of fact for that?
Well, on the overgrowth, I'm gonna make a finding that they're in violation, because
Very
they're,
good, thank
they're
you.
currently in violation.
Okay, very good.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, all certified mailing documents, all affidavits of posting, all photographs.
All right, I'll accept those documents and evidence as City's Composite Exhibit 1. In case CE 220400301, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 74-4C3 overgrowth. I make further findings that violation constitutes a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the city of West Palm Beach by providing habitat for vermin and an attractive nuisance. I hereby order the respondent to bring that property into compliance within 10 days. In the absence of compliance, hereby authorize the city to enter the property and abate the violation. I hereby assess the cost of said abatement against the property and property owner.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 39, case number is CE 22040375. Case address is 1110 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was cited on 4/28/2022. This came in as a sanitation complaint. The property cert mail was signed on 5/2/2022. Property was posted in City Hall on 6/3/2022. I've had no contact with this owner, and it was cited for failure to obtain a permit for the fence, landscape maintenance, rental license, overgrowth, obstruction of right-of-way signage, obstruction of right-of-way with trees, and unpaved parking. I'm asking for the obstruction of the right-of-way to be abated and within 24 hours because it's blocking a safety road sign. And I'm also asking for that abatement to happen by Sergeant Robert Heiser on tomorrow. He's agreed to go out and actually cut the branch that's blocking the sign. And I want that on the record.
Well, that's a little outside my, my authority, who abates it, but.
Okay, but
I'll
I
leave
just
that
wanted
up
to
to
be
the
on the
city.
record that that's what we're gonna do.
Thank
Okay,
you.
and all other violations are outstanding. This property is being used as a sober home. I spoke to one of the tenants that's residing there, and he said that he was there for rehab. I've had no contact with anyone else in regarding the property, so the property owner also needs to have a rental license and certificate of use. I'm asking for 30 more days for all other outstanding violations, or $150 per day after.
Officer Luster, I apologize because I don't think I heard, I just couldn't hear everything. So just to complete the record, is an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit accurately reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
We've been reviewing photographs. While you testified, did those photographs accurately and truthfully represent your observations of the alleged violations on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to the abatement of the obstruction of the right-of-way, you testified, and I think we're looking at it right now on the screen, that, is it your observation that the vegetation hangs over the fence, hangs over the right-of-way?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you believe that that constitutes a health, safety, or welfare violation that puts pedestrians and other residents of and visitors of the city at, in a dangerous position potentially?
Motorists, pedestrians, in danger, yes.
Thank you. With respect to the fencing, can you please briefly describe what fence we're talking about, where it's located, and also briefly testify about any other observations of the alleged violations on the property?
The entire property is fenced off with a wooden privacy fence that goes, I think it's 6 foot, and it goes around the entire perimeter. But in order for them to get onto that property, they take that driveway that's off to the east of the fencing, and go within the property. So the person that I spoke to that day, he actually was driving onto the property, parked, and I had a conversation with him regarding to, I didn't go on the property. I want to make that real clear. But he was the person that informed me that it is being rented as a sober living facility.
That privacy fence is not permitted?
It's permitted, but it doesn't have a permit.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, oh, yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
With respect to the,
And it can't be 6 foot in the front either. In the front right-of-way, you can't have a 6-foot fence or a wall on the front right-of-way, but the rest of the perimeter can have a 6-foot fence.
But there's no permit on
No
record for that
permit
fence?
whatsoever.
Okay.
with respect to the 18106M maintain landscape, is that the same thing as the overgrowth of 74-4C3 and the
Yes.
74-4C4 trees obstructing the right-of-way?
Yes, if
And the seven-
maintained landscaping is for overgrowth, trash and debris, the tree limbs.
And is it your testimony that there's also trash and debris on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Without objection, I'll accept those into evidence as city's composite exhibit 1. As far as the unpaved parking goes, where's that happen? Did you see that happening?
When you look east of the fencing off of Palm Beach Lakes, that driveway is totally unpaved.
And people are parking on it?
Yeah, they park on it, they drive on it, they access that property, that's where they have to go.
Okay. All right, in case CE 220-40375, I make the following findings of fact, and I find notice is sufficient. Find the property in violation of the listed code sections, specifically as to 78-1, obstruction of the right-of-way. I hereby find that that violation constitutes a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the city of West Palm Beach by obstructing street safety signs. I hereby order the respondent to bring that into compliance within 24 hours, or I authorize the city to enter the property and abate any and all violations of 78-1. Hereby assess the costs of said abatement against the property and property owner. As to the remaining violations, including the maintenance of the landscaping, the rental license, the certificate of use, the other overgrowth, and the permitting for the fence, and the parking requirements, I hereby give the respondent 30 days to come to compliance or fine of $150 per day, may issue.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 40, case number is CE 220400416. Case address is 1122 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. Case started on 4/29/2022. Cert mail was signed on 5/4/2022. Property in City Hall was posted on 6/3/2022. I have spoken to the owner once. He indicated that he was going to have someone out to clean up the entire property. That has not happened as of yesterday. I'm asking for a finding of fact on all violations, which are landscape maintenance, trash and debris, obsolete signs, garbage, debris, and overgrowth, and cleaning up easement, alley, and parkway. And I'm asking for 10 days or abatement and a finding of fact.
Officer, to complete the record, is an executed affidavit of posting in their file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit accurately reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please describe the observations you made of the property that lead you to believe that there's violations that exist?
Property is just throughout garbage. We have several guests that reside on the property, homeless, and they're just accumulating a lot of garbage. The overgrowth on the easement, it's a lot of garbage on this property.
And with respect to what you're asking to be abated, is it the garbage and the overgrowth?
Overgrowth, the garbage, the obsolete sign, trash and debris, easement, and property.
And do you believe that these alleged violations rise to the level of a health, safety, welfare
Yes, ma'am.
issue? Do you
Yes, ma'am.
believe that overgrowth and trash and debris represent an attractive nuisance and a habitat for vermin?
Yes, ma'am.
We've been reviewing photographs during your testimony. Do the photographs truthfully and accurately represent your observations of the alleged violations on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are also, is it your testimony that you're also seeing trash and debris in the right-of-way?
Yes, ma'am.
Special magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Without objection, I'll accept those documents and evidence as city's composite exhibit 1. So the conditions on this property are so bad that you think they constitute a threat to the health, safety, and
Yes, I
welfare of the
do.
city?
Yes, sir.
Is that because of the overgrowth and trash or attracting vermin and
Overgrowth, trash, garbage, and feces. That's what they're using the bathroom, in between the car wash stalls.
is this property being used for anything other than,
No, it's not active at this time.
so it's just become sort of a dumping, non-maintained property?
Yes, sir.
All right, in case CE 220400416, make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of listed code sections and make further findings, said violation constitutes a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the city of West Palm Beach, specifically the trash and overgrowth constitute habitat for vermin and possible disease. I hereby order the respondent to come into compliance within 10 days. In the absence of compliance, I hereby authorize the city to enter the property and abate any and all violations. I hereby assess the cost of said abatement against the property and property owner.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 41, case number is CE 22050036. Case address is 1236 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard.
Officer Luster, this property was cited initially on 5/5/2022. Cert mail was signed on 5/10/2022. Property and City Hall was posted on 6/3/2022. I've had no contact with the new owners. They just purchased it in April 4th to be exact. So I'm asking for abatement on trash, litter, and debris, landscape maintenance, landscape forest, garbage and debris in all around the property, rubbish, garbage container overflowing, dumpsters. Garbage is just out of control on this property. Cleaning up 1/2 of easement and right-of-way. I'm asking for 10 days on abatement, and I'm also asking for a finding of fact. I've had no contact with this new owner.
Officer Luster, thank you. Excuse me, to complete the record, is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that affidavit accurately reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And we've been reviewing photographs during your testimony. Do the photographs accurately and truthfully represent your observations of the alleged violations on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you described about the trash, garbage, and litter and debris. Can you just briefly tell us your observations about the status of the landscaping itself?
The landscaping is sparse. They have different island planting beds full of mulch, and it's also full of trash and debris. The rear of the property, it butts up to the Twin Lakes projects, if you all familiar with that. That's on Australian 7th Street. And between the project and the property owner of the commercial property, it's a constant, nothing but garbage, nothing but garbage. The dumpster at 1236 is always overflowing. I'm not understanding whether they're getting the proper pickups or what, but it is constant garbage on this property. And we also have some uninvited guests, and they also are using it for the bathroom. So we have a real problem at this property.
Thank you. And just to clarify, are all alleged violations still outstanding?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe you were asking, are you asking for an abatement?
Yes, ma'am. I'm
And,
asking for an abatement and also finding a fact.
and do you believe that these alleged violations arise to the level of a health, safety, and welfare violation?
Absolutely.
Do you believe that these, the conditions on the property are an attractive nuisance and a habitat for vermin and can cause potentially disease? And
Yes, ma'am.
thank you. Special magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Without objection, I'll accept those documents and evidence as city's composite exhibit 1. CE 2205036, I make the following findings of fact and life. I notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of all of the listed code sections. I make further finding the conditions on the property from those violations constitutes a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the city of West Palm Beach, specifically being habitat for vermin and potential starting ground for disease. I hereby order the respondent to come into compliance with these sections within 10 days. In the absence of compliance, I hereby authorize the city of West Palm Beach to enter the property and abate any and all of these violations. I hereby assess the cost of said abatement against the property and property owner.
Thank you.
Want to go to other matters? I think we're late anyway.
Yes, Special Magistrate, move to other matters, but I think everyone in the audience needs to be sworn in.
Yep, good point. Or if you're here for the other matters agenda and you weren't here in the beginning to be sworn in and you're going to testify or you think you might testify, or there's a possibility you might testify, would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate under penalty of perjury on the laws of the state of Florida? Yes. This is the special magistrate agenda for other matters. The cases will be heard in the order in which they appear on the agenda. We generally hear the cases where people have signed in before we hear any of the other cases. So if you haven't already, please get with an officer and make sure you are signed in. Otherwise, we will hear them in the order they appear. Most of these are fine reduction hearings, and generally what I ask for you if you're doing a fine reduction hearing is to tell me what you are asking me for rather than just to come and stand. The city will put on the testimony and evidence first, after which you'll have a time to speak, but tell me what you're asking me for and why I should grant it to you. All right, city can call their first case.
Okay. Agenda item number 1, case number is CE 16080157. Case address is 901 39th Street.
Yeah, if you hear your case called, go ahead and proceed to the podium on my right-hand side. The city will present their testimony and evidence first, after which time you'll have the opportunity to ask me what you're asking me for.
I appreciate your time and effort.
So let the city go first, and then,
Cool.
yeah.
901 39th Street, case CE 160800157 was cited on August 9th for work without permit and inspections. The property failed to comply with the violations and was taken to hearing on January 4, 2017. The special magistrate ordered the property 30 days, $100 to comply. The property was out of compliance for 1,628 days, accruing to a fine amount of $162,800. This is the owner who caused the violation. At this time, the city is seeking 10%.
All right, go ahead, sir. Can you tell me your name?
Yes, my name is Scott Yanklowski. Power of attorney for my mother, Irene Hanna.
Okay, so tell me what you're asking me for and why I should grant it to you, sir.
I'm asking for the total lien to be reduced down to zero. We've been with the city for like forever, and we had that property for like 30 years. We didn't know anything about the lien. We would never let a lien go that long, that far. The only reason we knew about the lien is when we got ready to sell the property. We were selling the property, trying to sell the property to take care of my mother, who right now just got out of ICU, and we need the house to sell the house to pay all of our bills. We did not know at all any letter or anything about that property to the real estate lady told us that there was something pending, and we called, and then we went right away to take care of the permit. Like I said, we didn't know anything, and anything we've ever had with the city or anything, we've always went down to the city. From whatever, any violation or any code compliance, always stayed with the city, make sure we paid what we had to do. Like I said, right now we're selling that house just to pay all of her hospital bills, and she just got out of ICU a couple days ago.
Well, I appreciate that, and I hope she has a full recovery. I will tell you as a general rule that I am not favorably inclined to reducing large fines to zero, primarily for the reason that people watch this on TV, and what I don't want to ever suggest to anybody is that it's appropriate just to ignore, code enforcement hearings, and then you can come back later and it'll be reduced to zero. The city has offered to reduce to 10%, which I guess is 16,200 from 162,000, which I think is a pretty generous offer.
How much you said?
They've offered to reduce it from 162,800 to 16,280, which I guess is 10%, right?
So you're saying I will owe $16,000 plus?
Well, right now you owe 162,800. So, yeah, if I order that, then yeah, you'd owe 16,280 instead of 162,000.
Is there any possible way we could go lower, sir? I'd really appreciate it, like I said.
Make me an offer.
I never did this before.
It's okay, most people haven't.
$1,000?
Well, I can't do that.
And one more thing, this might sound kind of crazy, but they're probably gonna tow my car. I don't know what to do because my parking was only allowed me for 2 hours. I don't know how that works, but.
I mean, in this particular case too, I mean, this isn't, somebody was living at the property and neglected to take care. It looks like that you did a interior remodel and doors and windows without permitting. It's not a small thing.
That wasn't my behalf. That was another family member who I don't know what they did, but they broke your rules, and that's why I'm here today, and they're not. And so I'm here on behalf of my mom. I am power of attorney, and I'm doing my best to take care of her. Like I said, now her bills are just racked up there, and we're just doing everything to take care of her. She's in her 80s. Got diabetes.
I'll tell you what I'm willing to do. I will cut the city's offer in half to 8,000. I can give you a certain amount of time to pay it. How much time do you need?
I have to get with the title company. They said, once you guys sign it off, then we get the money. And we don't have $8,000.
All right, I'll give you 90 days to figure it out with the title company.
But once you sign off here, they pay us, or if we still owe you money, they won't give us the money until you sign it off that we don't owe you guys anything. That's what I was told.
I can't reduce it to 0, but I'll cut the city's offer in half to 8. So you go from 162 to 8.
All right, thank you.
All right, in CE 160800157, I'll reduce the fine to $8,000 payable within 90 days.
Do I get paperwork or something? Do I get paperwork or something? Thank you, everybody.
Thanks for waiting.
Number 2, 5, and 8, right? 2, 5, and 8.
Okay, agenda item number 2,
2, 5, and 8.
5, and 8. Thank you.
5 and 8.
I was looking which ones it was for. Case number is CE 140900521. Case address is 204 Arlington Road. And then agenda item number 5 and 8. Case number is CE 03070263. CE 17080787, same address, 712 Valley Forge Road.
Case CE 1409051 was cited on September 23rd, 2014 for work without a permit. The property failed to comply with the violations and was taken to hearing on February 2nd, 2015. The special magistrate ordered 60 days or $100 a day to comply. The property was out of compliance for 2,605 days, accruing a fine amount of $260,500. This is the same owner who caused a violation. At this time, the city is seeking 10%. For case CE 03070263, cited on July 16, 2003 for overgrowth and landscape maintenance. The property failed to comply to violations as it was taken to hearing on November 5th, 2003. The special magistrate ordered the property 30 days or $25 a day until compliance was achieved. The property was out of compliance for 73 days, accruing a fine amount of $1,825. This is the same owner who caused the violation. The city is not seeking a reduction on this case. For case CE 17080787, was cited on August 30th, 2017 for inoperative vehicle, missing address characters, failure to obtain rental license, COU. The property failed to comply to violations and was taken to hearing on October 18th, 2017. The special magistrate ordered the property 30 days or $100 a day to comply. The property was out of compliance for 122 days, accruing to a lien amount of $12,200. The same owner who caused the violation, the city is seeking 10%.
What was the city's offer on case 2? Nothing. Sir, can you tell me your name, please?
My name's Neil Condi.
So tell me what you're asking for and why I should grant it to you.
At the time of the first violation, violation number 2, I was working with Laura Borzo and John Murphy of the City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Division to resolve some issues with a neighbor that I was having. So I was in the process of dealing with another violation, and what they were asking for was general yard cleanup, things like that. And I had to repair stucco and do painting and everything else. Well, apparently that triggered a violation of a building code. And, you know, the building department's, 30 feet from code enforcement. Even though I was in constant contact with code enforcement, building department sends a notification to a vacant, unlivable house. So I was not aware of this fine accruing until we went to sell the property, like the gentleman before. When we found out about it, we secured the permits as soon as possible. There were no modifications that had to be done to any of the work that I performed back in 2014 in order to pass the inspections. So I just didn't know about the violation for 8 years. So I'm requesting a reduction. I assume that the city's incurred some costs associated with this, although the entire case file was only 10 pages. I would like to see the fine reduced to like $10,000.
This is for 204 Arlington Road.
Correct.
What's the city's position on that request?
What was the offer? I'm sorry, I didn't.
10,000.
We're fine. We'll accept.
Is the city agreeable to that?
Yeah, we'll agree.
All right, sold. KCE 1409051, I'm going to reduce the fine to $10,000. How much time do you need to pay, sir?
10 days.
I'll give you 30 just in case.
Thank you, sir.
30 days, all right. Let's talk about 712 Valley Forge Road.
This first case I was not aware of at all, even after talking with everybody, the steps I had to go through to get all these things resolved. This is back in 2003. I have no recollection of this at all. I'd like to go down to $200 on that.
What's the history on this one? Do we know?
Sorry. Okay, so this case, we actually just talked about just now. He told me he was not aware of it. So I really didn't get much time to get an answer for him because he just told me this. But everything seems to check out. This was sent in 2003 for just overgrowth and landscape maintenance. But I mean, I didn't comply for 73 days, and it was a low amount for the lien, $25 a day. I'm not quite sure. I know in the application he stated that after the hurricanes, and they weren't living in the property because of the damage for a while. I'm not sure why he
That was
didn't get notice.
204 Arlington we weren't living at.
I'm not even sure because he
All right,
just brought
I'll
this
tell you
up
what
to
I
me.
do. Because what this sounds like to me is it sounds like you had some low maintenance issues associated with here, and I assume the city had some costs in trying to go back and regulate this. So I'll reduce this to $750 payable within 30 days. Just to cover the city's costs here. 30 days, yeah.
750?
750, and we got one more, right? Number 8. This looks like a rental license issue here.
Yes. And it's not a rental. I don't know why the city's code enforcement department would cite me for a rental. My daughter lives there, and my daughter, we left there because we had to move back with Sarah's parents to take care of her. They're 90 years old. So we left my daughter in the house, and the reason it took so long to comply was lack of communication between me and my daughter. And I've signed an affidavit. It's been complied with, saying my daughter lives there. She always has. The utility bill over there, the account was started in 2005, and it's still in my name.
Tell you what, I'll reduce it to $1,000. 30 days.
What's that amount, special magistrate? I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
1,000.
1,000, thank you.
I think that's it for you, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming in. Thanks for waiting. All right, what's next?
Number 9, because the last case is all the remaining cases on the agenda.
Yeah,
Okay.
one, sir.
Agenda item number 9, case number is CE 21030617. Case address is 307 South Sequoia Drive.
They're not here.
Oh, they're not present?
They're not present,
Okay,
so we'll do
so we'll
1825
remove it for
Windsor.
now?
All right.
Okay, so all the remaining other matters except for number 7, so that would be case number CE 08050556, case number CE 18060423, case number CE 10070286, case number CE 21030617, case number CE 08050369, case number CE 08050427, case number CE 09010938, case number CE 11030445, case number CE 11050388, case number CE 11080094, case number CE 11120296, and case number CE 12040353, all the same address, 1825 Windsor Avenue.
Kristen, just for clarification, so that's basically everything else on the other matters agenda besides 7 and 9.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
This is all the same respondent.
Yes,
Brown Star International.
Yes.
yeah.
Okay. What do we got?
Well, I'm not quite sure. So Mr. Brown and I.
Other than the same owner, do these have any relation to them, or these are all separate violations for separate stuff?
Well, he currently owns the property, but the only case that was actually under him would be case CE, I'll tell you right now. I have to find it. Sorry.
556.
It's so much. Sorry. No, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm
Yes,
so sorry.
number 3.
Yes, that's the one that's under his name.
What
That's
number is
agenda
it?
item number 4.
Yeah, agenda
Number
item
4.
number 4. All the other items were previous owners that caused the violations. Well, Mr. Brown and I, we've been trying to come up with a number, which is the issue
Did
here.
you come
because
up with one?
Huh?
Did you come up with one?
No, because after we did the calculations for all the as you can see, other than the failure to secure a building permit, majority of the violations were like landscape maintenance. There was one offense without permitting that was under the previous owners, which I ended up having to comply for him because he was not even aware that these were going on. But after doing all the calculations, the lien amount was 517,000. Sorry, I wrote it down here. I thought I wrote it down. Give me a second. Well, I had it written down, but then I can't find it.
Somewhere around 517,000.
Yeah, it was around 517,000 for all the violations. As I explained to Mr. Brown earlier, he did give an offer of $2,000, and I told him that we would not accept that, being that although some of these violations were caused prior to his ownership, there were still violations, and he did purchase the property fully knowing that these violations were present. He has applied for lien reductions, I believe, 2 times in the past, and they both failed because of the same issues, trying to get it, everything into compliance. He had tenants in there, which was a big problem for us, but we finally are here. So the city's offer for 517,000, I can't remember the exact amount, would be, I think, came up with like $30,000. I can't remember the math exactly for everything.
So the city's made you a pretty good offer. Not good enough, huh?
Well, we discussed it recently.
Sir,
and
could you please
the-
could you please put your name on the record?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. My name is Robert Brown. I represent my company, Brown Star International.
Thank you very much.
And we first bought the property in 2018, and the house didn't have a roof, no windows, no doors, no driveway, nothing. When we did the title search showed 2 liens. It showed a lien for the water account, and it showed a lien for like
Okay,
lot removal.
which case, which property are you talking about? Which number?
This property, the same property, 1825 Windsor Avenue. And I currently paid $19,000 in liens already towards the water and the lot clearing, what I was aware of. But after I purchased the property, when I came here, then they showed me more liens that was attached to the property.
All right, well, Mr. Brown, I mean, there's a couple of ways we could do this. We could do this one case at a time, or we could talk generally about the amount of liens that you have and try and come to a solution. It's up to you how you want to do that. I mean, if you want to talk about the Windsor property, I guess the lien on that is $3,800.
Say that again.
They're all in the Windsor. They're all Windsor.
Oh, sorry, they're
Yeah,
all the same property?
They're all the same property.
Yeah,
Yes.
it was prior to when I purchased. It already had liens, but when I
Oh, okay,
purchased,
so
I was aware.
your argument to me is that because you didn't know, your title search didn't find them. Well, it seems to me, Mr. Brown, that your complaint would be with your title company, not the city.
No, I want to resolve every issue with you guys, whatever comes. That's why I did all the permits. When I bought the property, I closed out on all my permits. I did
So
everything
the city's
permit.
offer, what was the city's offer?
30,000 for.
30,000.
517. I forgot the.
Yeah,
That seems relatively reasonable to me. Probably better than I would have done.
well, yeah, that's a good amount. But I will. It's still a lot for me. Me being working solely by myself and investing in the community, trying to beautify the community, and I could offer 5,000. So far I paid like 20, and plus the rehab of the construction of the property, it was over like 70,000 in a time period. And it was progress payment, and I also have a loan on the property. So they as I complete the work, they reimburse me the money in the loan. So I currently pay a monthly payment right now. So this will be additional for me.
I appreciate all that, and in fact, I generally value the people that come that rehabilitate properties in the cities. On the other hand, I also have to weigh the importance of people following code. In other words, I can't give people the impression that they can ignore the code and then just sell the property and the new owner will get the thing wiped out, because it creates a bad incentive for people in the city not to follow code. So I can't take a $517,000 loan a lien, and reduce it to $5,000. That's just
Well, a lot
doesn't
of
make
it
any
was
sense to me.
prior to me, so I didn't cause the issues. I just came in and
I
fixed
appreciate
all the
that, but
issues
think about
with
it
the
as a proper-
permitting and cleaning it up. But when someone was
Think
living,
about it for a second as a property owner, right? If all you have to do to get rid of your liens is sell your property with the liens to a new owner, right, and the new owner gets them wiped out, then the liens have no value. In other words, the city has no leverage to get you to follow the code.
Yeah, that's what the previous owner. So me, I paid all fees that was required for me to pay, and before I sell now, I'm paying the
I feel
remaining
like
balance.
I feel like you're not hearing what I'm saying. It's the example that we're setting for people in the city. Remember, everyone on TV can watch this, is a public hearing, right?
Okay.
So I can't give people the impression that you can buy a bunch of properties with $500,000 in liens and just wipe them away with no consequence.
Okay.
You understand?
Right, I
I
understand.
actually think the city's offer of 30K for 500 was probably better than I would have done, when I looked at this. It's actually a pretty good offer. But just because we're here, and I actually do respect what you're doing, I'll reduce it to 25, and I'll give you extended amount of time to pay it, if that would help.
Okay, thank you.
How much
I mean,
time do you need?
if that's the best you could do for me,
It's the
I
best I'm gonna
appreciate
do.
it. I appreciate it.
How much time do you need?
About 8 months to a year.
That's a long time. How do you guys feel about that?
The city, we're fine with that.
All right, I'll give you the 12 months.
If we could do about 15,000, is that okay?
No, I'm gonna do the 25, but I'll give you the 12 months to pay it.
Special magistrate, we do have to have a breakdown on each one. We can't reduce any of them
That
to
is a
zero.
fair point.
Sorry.
Somebody want to do some math for me, and we'll hear the other case while we figure out how to come up with 25
Sure.
from these 8 cases? All right.
Thank you.
Calling agenda item number 7, case number is CE 22030532. Case address is 1401 Brandywine Road.
Go ahead, Officer McFarland.
Good morning, Magistrate. City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. This violation was issued to 1401 Brandywine Road. This case has already been heard, and the original order issued on April 20th. Not sure why we're revisiting this.
Special magistrate, this is respondent's motion for stay pending their appeal.
Yeah, can you tell me your names, please?
Good morning. My name is Paul Polito. I'm here on behalf of Lewis Longman and Walker, representing Bear Lakes. And here with Bear Lakes, I have Christian Hall, the general manager.
So what are you asking me for?
So, Your Honor, we are here this afternoon to request a stay of an order issued on April 20th, 2022, in case number CE 220-30532, including a stay of further enforcement of Code Section 34-35, subsection 11, as well as 26-35, subsection B. So, in other words, we are requesting a stay so that Bear Lakes can continue to operate lawnmowers and other maintenance equipment on its golf course prior to 7 a.m. while our appeal of that April 20th order is pending. So as the case law cited within our motion notes, a party seeking a stay of a lower tribunal order, such as we have here, needs to meet 1 out of 3 conditions to obtain a stay. And those conditions are 1, likelihood of prevailing on appeal, 2, irreparable harm to the movant if the motion is not granted, or 3, a showing that a stay would be in the public interest. So regarding the first point, which is a likelihood of prevailing on appeal, I don't want to rehash the arguments that were already made in the original hearing in this matter, but I would like to summarize some of the points for why I think we will ultimately have, well, at least while we have a likelihood of prevailing on appeal here. So first, it's important to note that the standard of review for the appeal is limited to the appellate record created before this tribunal. So within that standard is the opportunity for the appellate judge to consider the correct interpretation of the town ordinance at issue here. So section 34-35, subsection 11. And I have a few copies of that specific section, if it's helpful for this tribunal. If I may
Sure.
approach.
6:45, nice and quiet. Once again, out there before 7 o'clock in the morning.
So the beginning of section 34-35 states a number of acts which are declared to cause, quote, unreasonably loud, excessive, unnecessary, or unusual noises, end quote. Subsection 11 lists one of those acts, and it's titled Power Tools and Landscaping Equipment. And it states the following: the operation of noise-producing lawnmowers, lawn edgers, weed trimmers, blowers, chippers, chainsaws, power tools, and other noise-producing tools which are used to maintain or at a residence out of doors between 8 p.m. and 7 a.m., end quote. So as stated by my colleague during the code hearing on April 20th, I would argue that the plain language of that section, however poorly drafted it may be, applies only to residences. The words "to maintain" as it used within that subsection, in order to make sense in that subsection, must apply to residences, or else it's a verb without an object. However, if the appellate judge comes to the conclusion that this subsection is ambiguous, which is certainly not a stretch for this language, then the judge would resort to the rules of statutory construction. And in that case, you should interpret the language in a way that avoids an absurd result, and that you can also draw from the language in other sections for context to help this interpretation. So ultimately, we are trying to discern the intent of the drafters here. So it would certainly cause an absurd result to ban the use of power tools anywhere within the city, including indoors, before 7 a.m. It does make more sense to ban the use of power tools at a residence before 7 a.m., because that would certainly constitute an unreasonably loud, excessive, unnecessary, or unusual noise at a residence. And the same goes for the operation of lawnmowers. It makes sense to read the section as banning the use of lawnmowers outdoors at residences before 7 a.m. Many people would view that as unnecessary. It makes less sense to interpret this section as banning any use of lawnmowers in the city whatsoever, including commercial areas, industrial areas, or golf courses, where it is common practice to use lawnmowers before dawn, and certainly not unnecessary. Rather, it's a very necessary activity, because Bear Lakes would lose about 20,000 rounds of golf per year if the maintenance were started at 7 a.m., as was testified to at the enforcement hearing. Moreover, it is very noteworthy that if you look at the other 11 sections within section 34-35, out of those 11 other sections, only 2 of them are actually unlimited as to the location where they are enforced. And those sections apply to train whistles and car exhausts. The other sections are specifically limited to where they apply. They're limited to neighborhoods, streets, public areas, schools, residential areas. Now, interestingly enough, subsection 11, which is at issue here, limits noise-producing lawnmowers and other maintenance tools. And it includes one of the most restrictive limitations in where it applies, at a residence out of doors. This is even more restrictive than a residential area, which is the term used in other subsections. It would constitute an absurd result if a subsection that includes one of the most restrictive qualifiers, the operation of equipment at a residence out of doors, would also contain another provision, in this case would be the words "to maintain," which applies across the entire city. It's completely absurd and supports an interpretation that this subsection only applies to residences out of doors. Now, even if this tribunal disagrees with my argument that Bear Lakes does have a likelihood of success on the merits, they're still entitled to this stay because it would suffer irreparable harm as a result of the enforcement of the ordinance. So as I previously mentioned, Bear Lake stands to lose about 20,000 rounds of golf per year if it's forced to begin golf course maintenance at 7 a.m. And although this equates to a substantial amount of money, it's also more than that. Anyone wishing to golf at Bear Lakes in the early morning, which are the most coveted tee times and certainly understandable in the summer months, will be forced to start later when it's hotter. Those players may elect to play elsewhere rather than later on in the morning in Bear Lakes. Long term, this may cause reputational damage or a loss of customers to Bear Lakes. And as stated in the motion, this puts Bear Lakes at a disadvantage to other golf courses where it's common to begin course maintenance at around 6 a.m. So Bear Lakes will suffer irreparable harm in a number of different ways here if they are forced to comply with this order. And as a final point, I'd like to address the third alternative condition that Bear Lakes may meet to obtain a stay, and that is it is in the public interest to grant a stay here. It's in the public interest because it would allow golf courses to perform needed maintenance for their customers while still maintaining a prohibition against the use of noisy equipment at residences before 7 a.m. It provides more available tee times for anybody wishing to play golf at Bear Lakes, especially in the earlier and cooler morning hours, and it provides more potential revenue for Bear Lakes, which is passed through to the public in West Palm Beach through additional taxable revenue. So in conclusion, if you find that Bear Lakes meets at least 1 out of 3 of these principles that are mentioned today, that is, 1, a likelihood of success on the merits, 2, irreparable harm, or 3, that a stay would be in the public interest, then it's met its burden today, and it's entitled to a stay of further enforcement of Code Sections 34-35-11 and 26-35-B while our appeal is pending. Thank you.
How would the city respond to that argument?
Thank you. Arlene Frankenaro on behalf of the city, Assistant City Attorney. The city obviously does not agree with a stay and would object to the motion for stay being approved. The city would indicate that, not that it's certainly dispositive, but just for the record, the respondent has gone ahead and paid the $600 fine that was ordered in the order, the underlying order that we're talking about. And I know that's not dispositive, I'm just putting it on the record. But that underlying code enforcement order, there was nothing else ordered. There was nothing to say any other specifics. So ultimately, this respondent, Bear Lakes at 1401 Brandywine, they need to continue to comply as every other resident, property owner, business owner within the confines of the city. They need to comply with the current and valid ordinances. There's nothing in the existing order that says that they should not comply, they are exempt from complying, they are a special case and shouldn't comply. It's just pay the $600 because you were found in violation and continue living your life, continue living your business, continue according to the ordinances, just as every other resident and property owner has to. So the city would argue that the whole point of a stay is to stay what's ordered. They're asking you to actually exempt them from the valid current binding ordinances of the city. I don't necessarily think that you have the authority to say that a respondent doesn't have to comply with current valid binding ordinances in this manner. The forum is more proper for maybe either an injunction or a declaratory judgment, something, but it's not a proper request for this forum to say, okay, you can stop complying with this ordinance. So I don't think that there's a likelihood of success. I think that the full standard that the appellate court has to look at, I don't think that they would be able to show that. was procedural due process accorded? Were the essential requirements of law been observed? Are the findings supported by competent substantial evidence? I would submit to you, Special Magistrate, that all of those were found and done and provided for in the underlying order. In terms of let me go back to my notes, I apologize. Counsel argued that, the interpretation of that particular subsection, but you can't take that subsection in a vacuum. Additionally, as was brought forward in the underlying case, you have to look to the purpose and the scope as stated in the ordinance. Purposes are that it applies to everybody within the boundaries of the city of West Palm Beach. And so this is not just in a vacuum. This did not indicate that this noise ordinance excludes golf courses. And I think that when taken in totality, the entire ordinance with its purpose, its findings, its scope, and its detail very clearly indicates exactly what violation you found. In addition, as was brought up at the hearing, this same respondent, same location, was found in violation of the same exact subsection on September 20th, 2017. And just for the record, that particular violation and order that was issued was not appealed. In relation to irreparable harm, if enforced, respondent puts forth purely revenue-based, profit-based harm to themselves if the city continues to enforce, as is proper, a current valid ordinance against it. Harm would result to the neighboring residents, the neighboring properties that would continue to hear these tools in landscaping and activity prior to the operative time of the ordinance. So, in addition, council talks about 20,000 rounds of golf lost. I would submit to you that that is argument, and there was nothing to indicate that that was competent substantial evidence in and of itself at the underlying hearing. There was no further data, reports, statistics, anything presented that I recall that supports how this 20,000 rounds are calculated, divvied up, provided for. Again, they touched on, hey, we pay taxes, and the more profitable we are, the more taxes we can provide. I don't believe that that's a public interest. In other words, the city doesn't go about saying, well, gee, you can pay more taxes to us, so we're going to give you more favorable treatment. The scope or the nut of the matter that the city looks at is, you are a property owner, you are within the confines of the city. Are you conducting yourself in a way that doesn't endanger the health, safety, or welfare of other neighboring properties, other neighboring cities, residents? Are you conducting yourself in a way that complies with the current valid ordinances? And in this instance, I think there is irreparable harm. If they're allowed to get out of complying with the current ordinance. So, in essence, the harm is to the city, not to them. And so the city would say and ask you to deny this motion for stay They need to comply with the status quo. The status quo is complying with a current valid ordinance. And this is an improper forum to ask to be exempted from a current valid ordinance.
Counsel, exactly what is it I'm staying?
So you would be staying the order that was issued on April 20th, which found that they were in violation of that subsection, as well as that they are a repeat offender of that subsection regarding to maintenance equipment.
It seems to me what you're really asking me here to do is to remove your client from the scope of the ordinance, because the order, there's nothing really to stay. There's a fine, and the fine was paid, so what am I staying?
So at the very least, Your Honor, you'd be staying the findings of the order, that they were in violation of that section and that they are a repeat offender of that subsection.
So what if the city were to cite you again? Would my stay prevent the city from citing you again for violating the ordinance?
It should at the very least prevent them from being a repeat offender in that instance, but yes, I would argue that it should also include the applicability of this subsection to my client.
What authority does a special magistrate have to enjoin the city essentially from enforcing its own ordinance?
Your Honor, well, essentially, that's why we're looking at this in the scope of, we would be asking for a stay of just the order itself, and the repeat offender violation that comes with that order.
Sure seems to me what you're really asking for is a deck action to interpret this particular ordinance differently than either this tribunal did or the city does.
And Your Honor, that may also be, an alternative here. But at the very least, we still would request a stay of the order finding that he is a repeat violator and that he did violate the subsection in that instance. And if I could respond to some of the other points that were made by the city attorney as well.
Well, it seems to me this first point is fairly dispositive. I mean, even if I were to stay the order that made that finding, what would prevent the city from bringing it before another special magistrate for the city and then making the same finding? I don't know what that does for you.
If you were to determine that it doesn't apply in that scope, that it doesn't include a stay of the enforcement of that section, then it wouldn't prevent that. But at the very least,
So what am I staying?
Well, you would be staying the order itself, which as it stands today, finds that my client is a repeat violator of this subsection and that he violated it in the instance that, it was the subject of the hearing.
Well, all right, what else do you want to tell me?
So I want to reference the standard of review that the city attorney mentioned. And this standard of review is derived from section 162.11 and case from the Second District Court of Appeal, Sarasota County v. Bow Point. The case site is 974 SO.2D431. And this applies the same standard that is applicable for the review in this case. And within the case itself, they discuss the application of the standard. And within that application, the circuit court judge in this case, which is acting as the appellate judge, does have the authority to reinterpret a statute within the context of applying the correct law. That's how they did in that case. So to that point, I would argue that the standard of review does allow for that. As far as the purpose and the scope of the ordinance, city attorney mentioned that it applies to everyone. That's true. It does apply to everybody, but there are many limitations on where it applies. And that's what we're arguing today. We're not arguing who it applies to. We're arguing where it applies. Most of these subsections limit where these prohibitions actually apply to. And again, this contains the most restrictive language. It says a residence out of doors. The closest one to that is a residential area. So this is not about exclusions. This is about the fact that this activity isn't prohibited in the first place, so it doesn't need an exclusion because it's not prohibited. As far as irreparable harm, we are not just discussing Bear Lake. We're talking about the customers, the members of Bear Lake, anybody that would golf at Bear Lake. And as far as the comments regarding the irreparable harm to the city, that's not what's at issue here. We're arguing the potential of irreparable harm to Bear Lakes. Any irreparable harm to the city has no weight in this hearing. We're arguing our entitlement to a stay, and one of those requirements is irreparable harm. Irreparable harm to the city has no place within this motion, within this hearing. And as far as the 20 rounds of golf, I would argue that it was supported by competent, substantial evidence. Mr. Hall came here and testified on April 20th. He's the general manager of Bear Lakes. He discussed how many rounds of golf they were standing to lose. So, Your Honor, that's all the points I'd like to make in response. So, thank you.
Anything else from the city?
Special Magistrate, just a couple of points. I know Mr. Joyce wanted to illuminate.
Mark Joyce, I just want to point out that if you were to interpret the ordinance as the counselor does, any property that wasn't a residence, it could be right next to a residence, could be a gas station, it could be industrial park, could be a golf course, would be able to use a blower at midnight or 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock. It doesn't, that's not reasonable. It doesn't make sense the way he's interpreting that ordinance. It's not just for, what's the difference if it's right next to a residence? You know, that's the whole purpose, is to let people sleep. And the other thing is, if you couldn't enforce an ordinance because it would cost somebody money and they call that irreparable harm, then we couldn't enforce any of our ordinances, because that's what we use as possibly fines as a you know, as a way to mitigate issues.
And very briefly, just a couple of statements. Council brought up that if I understood correctly, they'd be asking for a stay of the repeat aspect. But if you take that to its logical end, I mean, if the city ends up going back multiple times because there's a violation, and then 2 weeks later there's another observed violation, same thing, if there's a stay based on repeat, then they get a violation, it's shown as a repeat, then they appeal, then they get a stay on a repeat, then it keeps propagating itself, and it's kind of an actual, it's illogical, it's kind of an absurdity. I don't think that it ends up being something that's truly, I think it's an illusory request, to be quite honest. Again, you know, they're asking, what they're really asking for is, you know, treat us special, don't enforce an ordinance against us, because we feel, as a golf course, that we don't have to comply with this noise ordinance. You know, again, they talk about irreparable harm to them. There's just no irreparable harm to this golf course to comply with the ordinance that's been in place for years. They've been in operation within the city for years. They've been operating, they've even been, you know, had this violation before. There's no harm for them to continue operating as the ordinance indicates.
Your Honor, to address the hypothetical.
I'll give you the last word. Go ahead.
Thank you. In regards to the hypothetical posed by the city attorney that, you know, may have another violation, another hearing, another stay, violation, hearing, stay, and onward, I would say that that does have an end. When the appeal ends, that process is finished. As far as the city wanting to be, Bear Lakes wanting to be treated special, we don't want to be treated special. We just want the code as written to apply. We're not asking for any sort of special treatment or exemption. We're asking that the code be applied as written. And in addition to, the possibility of showing irreparable harm, again, that's one alternative. If you also find that we have a likelihood of success on the merits of this appeal, that's another ground for the stay, as well as if it's in the public interest. That's all I have.
All right, so this is what I think. I think this is probably the wrong form. I think what you're really asking for, and maybe a court will grant it to you, I don't know, what you're really asking for is a different interpretation of this ordinance in a way that's inconsistent with how this tribunal interpreted it or how the city interprets it. And as I said at the last time this came up, I do think this is inartfully written. But as I read it, I read it then as a violation. I read it now as a violation. So it doesn't seem like you have a great likelihood of success here to me. I don't think the harm proposed is irreparable. It's monetary. And I don't think it's in the public interest. So I don't think you met any of the prongs, as I understand them, on top of which I'll be really honest with you. I don't think there's anything to stay here. The order has already happened. If there's another violation, it's a new case, so I don't know what staying my order would do. I think you need to go to a court of competent jurisdiction and challenge the ordinance, which seems to be what you want to do. So I'm going to deny the stay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I think that completes the agenda. Special
We got to
magistrate.
go back to the, did we do the math?
I did do the math. Do you want me to state it on the record?
We kind of have to.
Okay. Thank you for the reminder. I have to find it. Okay. And I'll go through them each by case, but 9 of the cases are reduced to $2,000. One of them's reduced to $2,200, and then 2 of the larger ones are reduced to $2,400. That totals $25, but I'll go through them case by case. Agenda item number 3, case CE 08050556. That's reduced to $2,200 payable within 365 days, as indicated. Number 4, case number CE 16060423. That's reduced to 2,365 days. Number 6, CE 10070286 is reduced to $2,000, again payable within 365 days. Number 10, case number CE 08050369, reduced to $2,000, payable within 365 days. Agenda item number 11, case number CE 08050427, reduced to $2,400, payable within 365 days. Number 12, number 12, case number CE 09010938, reduced to $2,400, payable within 365 days. Agenda item number 13, case number CE 11030445, reduced to $2,000, payable within 365 days. Agenda item number 14, case number CE 11050388, reduced to $2,000, payable within 365 days. Agenda item number 15, case number CE 11080094, case reduced to $2,000, payable within 365 days. 16, case number CE 11120296, reduced to $2,000, payable within 365 days. And agenda item number 17, case number CE 12040353, reduced to $2,000, payable within 365 days.
All right. I hereby order those things to happen, and I think that's it for us, right?
Say again?
All right, that's it for us, right?
That is
All
it,
right.
yeah.
All right. Those are my orders on those reductions, and this meeting is hereby adjourned. I don't think my legs will work anymore.